Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to ask you to take your seats and maybe close the door. So, good morning. Welcome to the second day of this international conference on active aging. First, I would like to have some technical points. There'll be online presentations translated from English into Czech, so you can. I'm speaking. I'm translating.
It's fifth channel.
Can you hear me now? Is it okay?
Is it okay?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
that's resolved. So, further piece of information I've got for you is related to these panels, flip charts, for you to have enough time to write down your comments, experience. We have prepared these little stickers, colored stickers you've got in front of you. So whenever a thought comes or a comment that you might want to make, you can write it down and then stick it on the flip chart during the break. If anyone is to leave earlier, you can pick up your certificate of completion of attendance, and you will all get your certificates after we finish, and all the presentations will be available on our website, and later on we'll produce proceedings from the conference also will be available on the website. So I would like to now ask our first foreign guest, Mrs. Joke. Sorry about the name. I apologize to her for pronouncing her name wrongly. So Mrs. Joke is director of the Open Duke organization that facilitates theatre performances in Belgium, in Brussels and all over the country. So we can look forward to experience in acting and primarily dancing.
Good morning. So, I am Joke, General Manager of Open Duke in Belgium, and at an age where the society puts you in the category of seniors. Do I feel old? Not in the least. I'm alive and kicking with multiple projects ahead and a zillion things still to discover. I feel privileged to attend this conference. It's so inspiring, giving me an enormous boost, so nice to meet partners in crime with whom new plans can be established. Before telling you about our project's Age on Stage, let me introduce my organization and our policy. Open Duke is the organization which inspires, facilitates and supports theater in the spare time, which enables actors, makers, performers, narrators and audience to develop artistically and socially in an ever-changing society. Open Duke contributes to a theater and performing arts landscape in which everybody with a passion for theater feels at home. Cohesion and solidarity are our core values, which translates in search to diverse and innovating ways to share resources, networks, and knowledge. We are the only organization for theater in leisure time subsidized by the Flemish government. Besides us, there's also an organization for dance, music, multimedia, fine arts, and visual arts. To obtain this subsidy, we need to propose a policy for 5 years. For the period of 22 until 26, we focus on 4 strategic goals. Make space for youth and diversity. A lot of theater companies struggle with finding young players, young volunteers. Young people who want to invest in an organization and take responsibility. On the other hand, we don't see a reflection of our changing society on stage. Few companies have people of foreign origin as members. Few companies are open to disabled people. Opendoek wants to start a campaign and inspire theater companies in working inclusive and diverse. 2, make space for changing artistic practices and lifestyles. The world is changing, and it's our duty to be aware of new art forms, new lifestyles, new artistic practices. 3, connection on local and regional levels. The global only exists because of the generosity of the local. Theater in spare time flourishes on a local and a regional level. We want to connect with city councils, keep them informed of our offer and services in order to serve all companies throughout Flanders and Brussels. Sharing is caring on 4. Climate change is a big issue, and we have to take this into consideration when organizing events or for all our other activities. For our companies, infrastructure is problematic. It's difficult to find venues where they can perform, where they can stock their costumes or sets. Can we create a digital platform on which they can share information? This conference is all about active aging. But before I come to that, I would like to introduce our organization so you can get a bigger picture. Opendoek in facts and figures. We have 1,000 companies and 30,000 individual members. In Flanders, 1 out of 4 is related to the arts in their spare time. Every village or town has at least 1 theater company. We serve companies like the local fire brigade, who are planning a play once a year, or semi-professional companies with their own venue and a season of 5 productions. Every year, 1,500,000 people attend performances in amateur theater. We are supported by the Flemish government and work with a staff of 20 people. Excuse me, when I arrived in Prague, I turned sick, so I'm going to take a break just to... It's peace in the world? Okay. What does Opendoek do exactly? Yesterday, we saw some maps of Czech Republic. This is the map of Flanders. It's much smaller. We try to make contact with all companies. This can be on an artistic or an organizational level. To enable this, we have 150 volunteers, amongst them a lot of seniors, in regional teams. They go watch performances, make contact with the companies. They call our members, they invite them to gatherings. They try to know what they need. And this can be also, they need a theater company for elderly people. That can be one of the questions so that we can try to set this up. We have the biggest theater library for Dutch-speaking plays, 20,000 texts. We give advice on repertoire and authors' rights, not always our friends, the organizations for authors' rights. We have Young Doek, it's our division for youngsters. 20 volunteers reflect on our projects and initiatives, and we have the same for Age on Stage. So we have seniors reflecting on our festivals, on our projects. Other target audiences for whom we develop projects are, for example, Souvenir. We developed a method how people can make contact with people with dementia through theater. After the workshops, they go and play in retirement homes. Project V is kids who live in poverty, who don't have the opportunity to travel abroad and don't have a lot to share when they start school on the 1st of September. During the holidays, we offer them one day theater per week, during which they prepare a performance, and after the end of the summer, they can tell all about it to their students. Storytelling, methods for teachers and students who use storytelling in the process of learning a new language. Other minority groups, such as refugees, for instance from Ukraine, a buddy system where we guide refugees and integrate them in companies, events, or workshops. Talent development, we give free theater advice during rehearsals or after performances. Companies can ask for coaching in a specific matter, such as voice training, stage fighting, choreography, scenography. We organize seminars. Companies who are dealing with specific issues can get free consulting in that matter. This can be pure artistically or also on an organizational level. For instance, a company who wants to create an intergenerational production, they can ask us for a guidance that is, yeah, well, I'm going to tell it in euro, but it's like 4,500 euro that we pay for the company. So we don't give funds, we don't subsidize companies, but we offer coachings and guidances, consulting. International, we are a member of IATA, the World Organization for Amateur Theatre, and the Regional Committee CEC. EDURET is an encounter for youngsters in different European countries. That's also an Erasmus Plus project. Those who were here yesterday heard Gundala. She had an Erasmus Plus with creative aging. This is the same. Future Telling is also a collaboration between different countries in Europe to organize theater boot camps. And FEST is the Federation of Storytelling. A part of all normal ways of communications to keep in contact with our members, social media, newsletters, and so on, we publish a magazine with inspiration 4 times during the year, and we make a TV broadcast of 10 minutes. Every 2 weeks, during which we prove the strength and the force, the quality of theater in spare time. We have about 140,000 people watching this every week, not counting the people watching it on YouTube. Events. Another way of showing how good, funny, creative theater can be is giving the companies the possibility to show their performances during festivals. We organize 4 events. Spots Up West is a festival for location theater in a small, charming village. In special venues, for instance, a church, a barn, retired home, the bakery, a field, companies play their performances without a lot of additional scenic material. No black boxes, but theater in a pure setting with the village and nature as scenography. This year, it was our 20th edition. Landjuweel Festival, companies can ask to participate. 2 professional selectors go to watch the performance and decide if they are selected for the long list. A jury decides on the short list, which is presented in one of the towns. We travel throughout Flanders to present this festival in a different town each year. Apart from the short list, we organize lectures, workshops, and other projects. To this occasion, we ask a professional director to create a new performance with local people. That's what we did in the city of Genk when we were working with seniors, and this was our opening performance just after we did our conference on active aging. Toukour is a festival in September where we focus on theater for families, children and their parents and grandparents. Workshops, performances, theater works. To find companies, we launch an open call and ask a kids jury for their preferences. Food for Laughs is fairly new. This international encounter starts tomorrow in Antwerp. We want to offer a platform for theater companies so that their work is performed and seen as much as possible. We would like to see comic repertoire in the picture even more in the future. Before we set up a new festival, we would first like to consider some important questions with everyone. What makes something funny? What do we still laugh at in theater and in life? What is comic repertoire, and how do you bring it across? What should we no longer laugh at? Is the world still laughing with us? These questions are the focus of the 3-day international event, where we are bringing together theater lovers, thinkers, teachers, actors, writers, humorists, and audiences to talk and think about what's funny and popular on and off stage. In the future, we do need a senior festival. That brings me to Age on Stage. When I joined Opendoek as general manager in 2016, coming from the professional theater world, I was fascinated by the opportunities, the possibilities, and the impact that we can create in this field. I assisted some international events and met a lot of interesting people. They challenged me. And these 6 years, those challenges never stopped. In 2017, I went to a festival in Germany where we had an EFAT meeting concerning senior theater. Whereas in Scandinavian countries and Germany, senior theater was already established and well known, I felt an urgency to start it up in Flanders. Europe is the world's fastest aging continent. In 2050, 1/3 of all Europeans will be over 65 years old. This growing population of older people creates new opportunities for both individual and societal development. Cultural participation has proven to expand well-being and health in old age, providing older people with a more dignified and fulfilled life. During that meeting in Germany, I promised to organize an international conference, a program with workshops, documentaries, performances, lectures. We invited keynote speakers and performers from Canada, Denmark, the Netherlands, Germany, USA, and Belgium. The CEO of one of the health funds in Belgium stated that this was the most interesting conference he attended to during his whole career. A nice compliment, as it was the first time that we organized a conference. The audience was extremely diverse. People who worked in healthcare, drama teachers, actors, elderly people who simply were curious, professional artists, scientists, staff from different city councils, and so on. This conference was the ideal start for Age on Stage in Open Doek. In the new policy, one of our goals was, and still is, now to be an inclusive organization. This means that in all our activities, projects, events, we include seniors. We ask ourselves questions. Did we program seniors in this festival? Do we reach enough seniors with the performances we plan? On our website, when using images, in our magazine, in our broadcast on TV, do we show enough seniors so they can see that they are one of our target audiences? Small detail with a lot of impact. Our TV broadcast is standard on Eclipse TV, shown in all retirement homes throughout the country. Remember, 140,000 viewers. Before starting off with our project Souvenir, making contact with people with dementia through theater, we used a tool, the Impact Wizard, to guide us in setting the necessary goals and to determine the whole procedure. Impact Wizard is an online tool. What is it exactly? It guides you through the impact assessment process step by step. You'll find everything you need to prepare and execute an impact assessment, from a handy online template for a theory of change to a whole range of methods to actually measure and analyze your impact. On top of that, you'll get tips about communicating your impact. This will enable you to maximize your organization's impact. A tool I can strongly recommend when starting new projects. You can easily find it on Google. Open Doek promotes theater not only for actors and makers, but also for public. Let's have a look at elderly people and actors. We divide them into two groups, the ones with experience and the ones discovering theater. With experience, all these things come from elderly people themselves. That's what they tell us. There are few plays with stage roles for elderly people. Actors complain that the company chooses plays in which they can't take part. They are condemned to selling tickets and being bartenders. They miss being on stage. On top of that, seniors don't care so much about their body or how they look like on stage. They are more authentic and pure. No more, do I look too fat? Oh, are my first wrinkles visible? Elderly people sometimes experience difficulties in memorizing texts. Some directors don't have enough empathy to understand this. Frustration on both sides. When playing with younger people, the rhythm of rehearsals doesn't match with their tempo. The choice of the play, the venue where it is played, etc., it's not always as accessible as we imagine for seniors. When theater is a first lifetime experience, it's compatible with long life learning. Some of them always dreamt of being on stage, but didn't have the time, the opportunity, the courage to do so. Dreams do come true, you know. Theater is appropriate for all ages. When you bring seniors together, you have people in your group with the same issues, the same small aches. Seniors who live on their own, who lost a partner, who live far away from their children, are often the way of getting out of the loneliness. For both groups, senior theater is a way of being active, meeting new people, still having a purpose in life, even in a period when you feel that your body, brain, way of life is changing. Theater brings people together, gives sense to life, and makes them feel like they still matter. When speaking of elderly people as audience, it's important to think about the accessibility. We sensitize companies to increase the accessibility of their performances, to make it more attractive to seniors to go and watch performances. Some tips and tricks. Make a conscious choice when you select a play. Define your audience. Is it for seniors especially, or is it for a mixed audience? Inform them how they can get to the venue, which transport, how far from the station. Some seniors don't have a large budget for culture. Be aware of that and set your prices in setting your prices for the performances. Evenings, they don't like to go out in the dark, want to get to bed early. Organize matinees. Describe the theater venue. Some seniors are stressed out when they go to a new venue. Are there elevators, stairs? Is there a hearing loop? Is it possible to attend in a wheelchair? Are the toilets far or down the stairs? Present this on the website. You can even make a small video. Sometimes elderly people prefer to be accompanied when they go to performances. They can give reduced prices for people who accompany them or set up a buddy system. Tell the audience about the performance. Think about the promotion. Do all seniors have an email? Do they like to read newsletters, or is it better to work in print, leaflets, posters? Are there events or places where you can go to promote face-to-face? Call to action for Open Book. So what do we do now exactly? We have special attention for seniors as we program our festivals. We make sure that events and festivals are accessible for senior and disabled, also the blind and the deaf people. They can call us and we make sure that they can attend. Reduction on prices for events and workshops, even special prices for disadvantaged groups. We organize workshops and boot camps especially and only for seniors in their rhythm with their physical capabilities. In every province, we have 5 in Flanders, we launch an open call to all the people older than 55. It doesn't matter if they have experience on stage or not. We invite a professional director to work with them during approximately 30 rehearsals, afternoons. At the end, they can present their performance on one of our festivals, and we try to organize a small tour in retirement homes. We came to Czech Republic in a senior festival with a performance, and the people who went with us, they were so happy, and they asked me to organize a world tour for them. It's in organizing such projects that we witness the small obstacles that seniors have to deal with. No transport, too far to drive, which means too expensive. I want to talk to you about souvenir because during this conference I didn't hear a lot about people with dementia, and this is increasing also. We form people to work in healthcare and actors to make performances for people with dementia. This is a specific method to make contact with them through theater. In every village, there's at least one theater company. It's our goal to sensitize all companies to go and play for these people, old people playing for other old people. They can do this in retirement homes, but also in individual homes. When performances are played, we invite their families so they can also enjoy that moment of clearness. Celebrate life, vier het leven. Seniors of 70 or older want to participate in culture, want to go to see performances but don't have transport, are looking for a partner in crime. Celebrate Life asks volunteers to accompany these people so they can participate. They pay for the ticket and 2 drinks and get a buddy for free. The buddy accompanies small groups of 4 people, and we notice that also retirement homes are interested to make their residents join. One project we are working on is storytelling. The older you get, the more stories you have to tell. So we are thinking of combining senior storytelling and school care. In Flanders, it's the city council organizing the school care. So this is a challenge for us in the future. I would like to conclude with a small, true story. A young man went to see his grandfather in a retirement home. And he saw that his grandfather, his head was always hanging down. And his grandfather was always depressed, the more and more depressed. And at one day he said, how can I communicate with my grandfather? I don't want to see him like this. So he hung up a photograph of himself high up on the wall, and from that day onward, the grandfather was looking up and smiling the whole day, watching his grandson. How a small action can have a big impact. I thank you.
So that was Joke Kwagebusch and Open Doek. Thank you very much for sharing your theatrical experiences. Tak a teď bych ráda k mikrofonu pozvala paní Helenu Kubu, vedoucí program.
I'd like to invite Mrs. Helena Kubu, who is the head of the seniors program of the Remedium Prague charity. She will talk about various activities for seniors, including theater. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The presentation delivered by the previous speaker was very inspirational, so I'm really motivated by a lot of things. With some others, I said that we do it as well, and now I'm really overwhelmed because it was extremely interesting. So now I should concentrate on my presentation. So I work for Remedium Prague. Remedium Praha is a public benefit organization, and in addition for organizing programs for seniors, we have also other various educational programs, and we also have a civil counseling center where a senior citizen can also come and ask advice. When various speakers talk about on the topic of aging, I really identified myself with them, and I thought I would like to say the same what they said. I feel it the same way. And when you were talking about the social health preparation for aging, it was very important for me to hear that culture is an integral part of that we try to provide holistic support to the seniors in order to include all aspects of people's personality. So spirit, soul, and body, all that is important. So occasionally I am afraid that we might be forgetting that our life is limited and that throughout our life we are creating a certain mosaic, and that preparation for leaving this world is also an integral part of our life. And summarizing what we have experienced throughout our life, this is also a part of the last stage of our life. So I think that soul is also very important. So when we play drama, we want the performances to speak about the fact that we are afraid, that we fear that we might be leaving this world. Sometimes we don't even want to hear about that. We offered our seniors such discussions or seminars on this topic. We asked what they still need to do in this world before they leave. 60% of people said, I don't want to think about the death. This does not concern me. I think it is quite alarming when you are 70, you can hardly say that the death does not relate to me, because it applies to me as well.
Because with growing age, we are approaching death, and it must be clear to everybody. If you're looking at various stages of life, then you realize that it's approaching. Our programs were designed at the end of the 1990s, and we experienced similar developments as everybody here. In the 1990s, we wanted to pick up those myths about aging that are quite common. And one of them is like the basis for selecting various age groups. And I feel quite frustrated when I read in the newspapers, for example, that something happened to a senior person. The media is offering on purpose this age distinction and throwing it upon me, and I don't like that. I don't want that. So what were the developments? We focus on cooperation and promotion in the media, and this is still the topic of our work to a large extent. So at the beginning, in the end of the 1990s, we were thinking what senior people need. We carried out various surveys and found out about various needs, wishes, and so we started offering various digital literacy courses, and most people actually had the need to meet, to become connected, to network. Because in larger cities, once you close the door of your home, you are on your own. And so the people were facing a situation where the population in their buildings, the buildings where they live, had been changing, and they were meeting foreign people, strangers, and this, with growing age, becomes more and more frustrating, and so people sometimes meet strangers in the streets, and there are the first encounters that they have after a long time staying at home. So it is really important for us all to show senior people that they are respected, that they can be integrated. For example, this morning I was on a tram and there was nice communication, conversation between young and middle-aged and old-aged people, that there were no distinctions based on age, and it was really nice and pleasant to watch. Well, active aging, when there's this approach, even by physicians, to old people, saying that they should be happy for what they have, which can be sometimes discouraging when the older person is trying to look as best she can and be active as much as she can. And so what can be offered instead is just maybe a smile, friendliness, and no comments of this kind. For a long time we were involved in a puppet theater, and our slogan was, those who play don't become old. And this involves humor, laugh, and this is immensely encouraging. These are pictures from various activities we organize. I realize that senior people are immensely active and they help their families with children. And a lot of them would like to learn something new, but they are so busy looking after grandchildren and helping the family, their children with their children, so that they don't time for any education. I also think that senior people can do a lot of work looking after other senior people. We have cases of senior children looking after senior parents. It's great that there are a lot of programs that support this kind of care. I think senior people are watchers of values, to say. They always compare what's now with what the past was like. They talk about the history and they stick to various language rules, and they don't like these English expressions in the Czech language because they think that we should stick to what's ours. And senior people are in general interested in what's going on in society, but in large cities it's sometimes difficult to arrange for participation of senior people in every activity. This is another picture from a ball, was called The Heart in Dance, and people love to dance, and we would have a raffle there. This is the puppet theater. What's great about this is that once a lady came and she said, we have some old puppet theater at home, so we put it together with a group of enthusiasts, and they would have like 20 performances a year. They would go to kindergartens offering this performance, and both parties, both the children and the actors, senior actors, were happy. One of the activities we offer is it's been around since 2003, and it's a theater ensemble called Change. This is something that's quite visible, and through this activity we want to make other people know that senior people can be very active. And senior people were really interested when we were setting up the theater group. They were less willing to do the other roles, to like who is going to direct, who is going to look after the equipment and stuff like that. So all the programs that we offer offer some change, so that's why the theater ensemble was called Change. And there was a lady who had some toy mouse that was jumping on the table, and so the change was in just the approach of the people around it. They realized it was not a real mouse, and it was something new, innovative to embark on. And we actually realized that our audience in general is not senior people, that it's more like middle-aged and sometimes even younger people, and that's why we somehow try to adjust the selection of our plays. Once there was an article in Prague newspapers about one of our performances, and a famous director came and said, see, I'm going to direct this new film, and you've got these old ladies that I would really need for my film. So he actually picked 2 ladies. And as part of the shooting of the film, they went to the Canary Islands, and they were totally excited about it. We try to perform wherever possible. We don't have our own theater, so we attend various festivals in rural areas. We play outdoor, and we attend various shows of amateur theater, and they accept us. We also like to accept invitations to various events. This is like welcoming the spring, so the actors created beautiful costumes, and we're welcoming spring. This is in Prague 3, the Žižkov area, so there's a local songs being sung on stage. So I've chosen all these pictures because I think that they illustrate much better what we do than what I say about it. So this is a short video, hopefully illustrative. Okay. So the technical support.
No. Jestli mám nějaký tinnitus? No. Co pak jsem cvok? No řekni.
Těžko na cvičišti, lehko na jevišti. Marie Syrová si během zkoušky opakuje svou roli v divadelní hře nazvané Pozvi mě dál. V příběhu o stárnutí 4 dam stvárňuje postavu Odety.
Ona je opravdu protivná baba. Já myslím, že já ne. No ale je to teda, no tak je to taková ubohá ženská vlastně, no. Ona má těžký život zřejmě, protože musela vychovávat děti, sama se starala o rodinu a vlastně taková neuspokojená, bych řekla, no.
Je tma, hudba a světlo.
Zkoušky probíhají v klubu Remedium, kde pro seniory připravují řadu různorodých aktivit, nejenom divadlo.
Jazyky, počítače, trénování paměti. Tady máme pohybové kurzy, protože by byl člověk fit a cítil se dobře, tak potřebuje cvičit.
A cvičí také paní Marie, která potřebuje být fit na divadelních prknech. Ještě než se k nimi vypraví, nezapomene na domácí provizorní maskérnu a na rozloučení s manželem. Představení se hraje v divadle Kampa, které má pro hru vhodný intimní prostor. Kromě jiného tu chybí vyvýšené pódium, takže herci mají k divákům mnohem blíž.
Jak ty se máš? No, představ si, já každý den beru 11 prášků. To jsme si krásně popovídali. Já musím,
Stejně jako předchozí reprízy, i ta poslední se dočkala velkého potlesku. Úspěch mělo představení také na loňské národní přehlídce seniorského divadla. Z Prahy pro Českou televizi Marek Čiják.
Šťastné děti bez
Děkujem.
We will show you another one. It is more recent.
Zní trochu složitě, ale není, je to dobrý.
Divadlo Proměna je seniorským divadelním spolkem, který vznikl v roce 2003. Provozovatelem spolku je klub Remedium, který nabízí širokou škálu programů pro seniory. Divadelní spolek letos tedy slaví své 18. narozeniny. Za dlouhá léta jim prošlo velké množství členů, ale i režisérů. Spolek vznikl z jasného důvodu.
Když člověk už je v důchodu a buď někdy hrál nebo nehrál a má takovou vlastně chuť, si řekne, tak co kdybych si zahrál divadlo? No tak, aby měli kam jít.
Spolek má aktuálně 14 členů. Ti kromě premiér a jednotlivých repríz docházejí na zkoušky jednou týdně. Divadlo je pro ně odpočinek i zábava.
Vážení, kupte si svůj čas. Čas strávený, řekněme, úklidem, byste přeci mohli věnovat něčemu jinému. Moje bývalá kolegyně, s kterou jsme se potkali po dlouhé době, mě říkala, že hraje amatérské divadlo tady, tak jsem z legrace říkal, jo, to by mě taky zajímalo. No a myslel jsem si, aha, no a najednou taky mi volá, říkala, ale je volno, jedna mužská role, může přijít. No tak jsem přišel, zůstal jsem tady.
Já jsem tady 3 roky, teda zhruba, a z toho byl ještě nějaký čas lockdown, takže jsem měla vlastně jednu hlavní roli, vlastně úplně poprvé, kdy jsem střídala kolegyni, která mě sem vzala.
Divadlo Proměna upřednostňuje především komediální žánr. Pokouší se o pozitivní přístup a nadnesení vážnějších témat. Zároveň volí spíše texty autorské.
Tím, jaký je složení souboru, tak obyčejně si nenajdem jen tak běžně nějakou divadelní hru. Kromě toho navíc mnoho let byl ten soubor bez mužů, tak třeba 10 žen, tak proto jsou jenom výjimeční divadelní hry.
Určitě to je dobrý v tom, že prostě do toho člověk může vnést něco vlastního a těžký je to teda zase jako prostě v tom, že no vlastně je to jenom dobrý, já to vidím jako ty pozitiva jenom.
Místa, kde spolek představení uvedl, jsou mimo jiné kulturní domy či domovy důchodců, ale i známá divadla, mezi která patří například divadlo Na Zábradlí, Žižkovské divadlo Járy Cimrmana nebo například divadlo Kampa. Spolek se ale objevuje i na jiných scénách.
My se účastníme taky různých festivalů nebo hlásíme se taky do přehlídek amatérských divadel.
Pamatuju si, že když jsme hráli úplně poprvé, tak jsme jako soubor, teda za tu dobu, co tu jsem já, tak jsme jako soubor dostali diplom, který si do dneška pamatuju, že jsme vlastně přenesli radost přes rampy toho jeviště.
Spolek je taky naprosto soběstačný, co se týká příprav představení.
Sami sobě si všechno děláme. Kostýmy si nosíme z domova, sami se líčíme, sami se děláme si hlavy.
Divadlo Proměna má za sebou již dlouhá léta plná repríz a premiér. Proto jsme se zeptali, jak zvládnout trému.
Já mám doma pasana krásnýho, takže úplně nejvíc se vždycky jdu pomazlit se psem a jdu jí říct, že teda jdu do divadla. A pak jako si říkám tak a nějak to dopadne.
Divadelní spolek Proměna se s nadhledem, optimismem a naprostou jistotou vrhá před diváky a dává jim skvělý pocit a krásný divadelní zážitek. Dagmar Kopečková, Televize Praha.
Tak děkujem, tak to bylo.
Thank you very much. So this was just a short demonstration of what we do. I apologize, but we need to conclude this presentation. Okay, I just wanted to thank you. I'd like to thank all the donators, all the entities where we can ask for financial help, because without that it would not be possible. I also extend my thanks to seniors who are great and all the people who participate in our events and organizers of the conference as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kubu from Remedium Company. So that's the end of the fourth session, or third, sorry, dedicated to NGOs, and the fourth session will be about cooperation of municipalities and cultural organizations. The first will be online and lecture, and I'd like to hand over to Katka, who will establish a connection.
So very warm welcome to Anne Gallagher. Hello, I hope you hear us.
I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Cool, that's cool. So we have now the opportunity to hear the contribution of Anne Gallagher, which is the founding director of Luminate, which is the Scotland's creative aging organization. So, you know, think about that. Scotland has its creative aging organization. You know, Scotland's, like across Scotland for older people. And the aim of the Luminate is to make the older people access to high quality culture, make it themselves, etc. We will hear more about that. And also we will hear a success story of this organization, how it went from the first festival of creative aging in 2012 to a big Scotland-wide organization. We would like to encourage you all Czech people in here, to fight for the cultural rights of elderly people. And we have asked Anne, how on earth did you do that? How was your cooperation? How was your story? How did you build such a nice organization and activity? So Anne, very warm welcome, and the place is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello from Edinburgh. It's cold and wet and windy here today. We like to talk about the weather in Britain. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak to you all today. I'm really delighted to be here, though very sorry I can't be with you in person. So I'm just going to share some slides. Let's have a wee look. Right. Is that all fine? Can you see that clearly at your end? Great. Okay. So my plan for this presentation is to introduce you to my organisation and to tell you a bit about the history of our creative ageing programme in Scotland, and in particular to share our experience of working in collaboration with other sectors, which has been very important to the way we work. So this is our statement of purpose, and this is the one slide I'm going to read out because it really is the core principle behind our work. Luminate works across Scotland to ensure that older people's creativity can flourish, whatever their circumstances, experience, interests and ambitions. So why do we do this? Well, as you've already heard, we are primarily a rights-based organisation. We believe that older people should be able to take part in creative activities if they want to. We think that the arts bring joy and fulfilment and make a positive impact on our quality of life, whatever our age. There's also growing evidence, of course, of the positive impact on health, again, at any age of taking part in the arts. And I think it's interesting to reflect on the very positive impact that creativity made during the pandemic and during those lockdown periods and restricted periods where so many people engaged with creative activities online. I'm just going to show you one graph in this presentation. This really sums up why Luminate was set up. So this graph, every year there is a household survey in Scotland, and this graph tracks the responses up to the point when the pandemic began, to a question about cultural participation, and the responses are broken down there by age. So you'll see that green line at the very bottom, the lowest line on the graph, that's 75-year-olds and upwards. The top line, the pale blue line, is 16 to 24-year-olds. And essentially what you're seeing there is that in Scotland, engagement with the arts drops as people get older. That's why Luminate was set up. The population in Scotland, as in so many parts of the world, is ageing. And the founding partners were very concerned that this data shows that participation decreases with age. We were set up to try and make an impact on changing that. We had 3 founding partners, and they all still support us. They came together to set Luminate up. So collaboration was at the heart of our work from the outset. The partners you'll see listed there: Creative Scotland, who are the national arts funding body; Age Scotland, who are the national ageing charity; and the Baring Foundation, who are a UK-wide charitable trust. They're based in London. They support the arts with marginalised groups, and they work on a themed basis, and from 2009 to 2019 their art support focused on older people, and they were key to setting Luminate up and to the development of our work. So there are many creative ageing festivals, not just across Europe, but elsewhere in the world now. And we were one of the early examples, but not the first. We were very much inspired by a festival in Ireland called Bealtaine, set up a few years before we began. And the experience of Bealtaine was that their festival inspired growth in creative ageing activities across the whole year. And we wanted to see if in Scotland we could do something similar. We invited older people's groups, care homes, community organisations, artists and cultural organisations to run events as part of our national festival every year. So that, again, collaboration with all these groups and communities was central to our work from the beginning. In 2014, we took a new step. We decided to offer initially some dementia awareness training for artists outside the festival month. And we were inundated with applications from artists who wanted to take part. That was the beginning of what went on to become quite an extensive year-round programme of work. So just very briefly to tell you a little about our festival programme, it included a wide range of events, from intergenerational projects to activities in care homes. And that meant that communities could engage with the festival in whatever way worked for them and mattered to them. In addition to community projects, we also featured work of older professional artists, and we featured professional work that explored themes of ageing and explored what it meant to us as a society that our population is ageing. We were delighted that independent evaluation showed that the festival was having the impact that we had originally hoped. That the festival itself had a vibrant programme, but importantly, older people, artists and cultural organisations were telling us that taking part in the festival inspired them to do more of this work at other times of year. So why change? Well, what we were finding was that creative ageing practice in Scotland needed more support to develop. We were hearing, for example, a number of people saying to us, this work needs nurturing. It's great to encourage it to grow, but it needs to be nurtured. Training for artists who wanted to work with older people was quite lacking, for example. I mentioned that first dementia awareness training event for artists. That was our first event outside the festival month, and very quickly we found that running those kinds of development activities and training activities grew very quickly. And in 2019, this meant that we came to a point of having to make a difficult decision. We felt that this year-round work was growing, the festival was still successful, we're a small organisation, we were starting to feel very stretched, and we couldn't carry on and do both well enough. We made the difficult decision, therefore, in discussion with partners and funders, that we were no longer going to run the festival and that the year-round work was going to become our focus. So the next few slides just will tell you in a little more detail about some of the work that we do today. I've talked already about training for artists. That's a really important area of work for us. We continue to train artists of any age to work with older people. As an example of that, during the pandemic, we provided training to artists to transfer their work online and to find new ways of engaging with older people at those moments of lockdown and those challenges. Right now, we are working with artists who are returning to care homes. Again, challenging environments in the UK after this, the restrictions of the pandemic. So supporting artists to work in that changing context is quite important. We also support older professional artists, particularly those who come to their art form later in life, who perhaps discover a real talent they didn't know they had and they want to take it to quite a high level. We offer a programme of bursaries and creative development labs to older artists who may struggle to find support from other sources. And many of the artists we've supported have gone on to develop new artistic careers. Research and development is an important part of our work. An example of that is some research we did before the pandemic into adult learning opportunities and across Scotland and how accessible they are to older people. That work was paused by the pandemic, but we're now talking to a number of partners about running a couple of pilot programmes that look at how we can address some of the challenges that older people describe to us. For example, the cost for an older person of engaging in an adult learning programme, and often also an issue around transport to venues where these programmes happen. We run a dementia-inclusive singing network. This is the one programme we're running right now that focuses on a very specific art form. And again, we take a role of supporting the leaders of this work. We don't lead a lot of singing activities ourselves. We do some. Predominantly, we support choir leaders, singing group leaders to come together, to network. We offer training. We offer more dementia awareness training. I've talked about that already. We offer community music training. So skilling people up, supporting the development of this work across Scotland. Again, right now, we're supporting a lot of groups as they reopen after the pandemic, and they're facing a lot of challenges in that process. So I'm conscious that time is quite tight, and what I really want to do is talk about that collaborative approach for the rest of this presentation. I touched on that right from the beginning. I think that collaboration is really central to our work. I don't think we would have achieved the things that we have achieved without working really closely with partners across the arts sector, but also really importantly outside the arts sector, in community contexts, in care contexts. I think that collaboration actually often isn't easy. I think it takes time to build relationships, to build trust, to understand priorities of different sectors. But I think it's almost always worth it. I can't actually think of a collaboration we've involved in where I wouldn't say it was worth it. It needs investment of time, but it can be very, very impactful. And it has been a characteristic of our work right from the very first festival. So I'm moving on now to two examples before I finish, one quite strategic and one more local. I've already mentioned Age Scotland. They were a founding partner of Luminate, and we continue to be based in their office. That's really important to us. We work closely with Age Scotland staff. We, in the Luminate team, have learned a great deal from our Age Scotland colleagues, from the work that they do in various areas, for example, around the human rights of people living with dementia, their knowledge of government policies on ageing. In turn, we've been able to share with them an understanding of the arts and culture and the contribution that can make to older people's lives. As practical examples of how this looks, on a day-to-day basis, Age Scotland have a dementia team who work with us on our artist training programme. So that's one very important example. We've also advised Age Scotland on the involvement of artists in some of their work. So they have an annual conference. They haven't had an in-person conference for a while, but that's coming up again soon, and we'll support them to make sure that artists are a part of that programme. I would say, and I touched on this a moment ago, the biggest challenge in this is about the time it takes. We're all busy. Illuminate staff are busy, Age Scotland staff are busy. It's very easy, even in a shared office, to just get on and do our work on our own. But actually, making the effort to share our experience, to share our knowledge, to chat to our colleagues, really, really improves our understanding, our knowledge, and we all benefit. I think what's happened over the years, and it has been 10 years now, what's happened over the years is that gradually colleagues in both organisations have seen the value and have seen the impact, and so the willingness grows to take the time to talk and to share. And I'm going to finish with a more localised example. Luminate and Erskine Care Homes embarked on a 3-year Artist in Residence programme in 2017. Erskine Care Homes is a group of 4 care homes across Glasgow and Edinburgh. You'll obviously realise that the 3-year programme beginning in 2017 was interrupted by the pandemic, and the artists moved back in, or didn't physically move back in, but began their work again last year and have recently finished the project. We're moving on to new work with Erskine now, but this project has recently come to an end. What we wanted to do was explore the difference we could make by really embedding artists in a care organisation, by enabling some really in-depth long-term work. So the 2 artists who you see there are James Winnett and Jill White. Each worked for 2 days a week over the 3-year project. And that approach really enabled them to get to know Erskine staff and Erskine residents. In turn, that enabled them to design creative activities for residents that were really personalised to each person's interests and abilities. And they worked on a very individual way with participants throughout. Most of the work they did was on a one-to-one basis. This approach has changed the way that the Luminate team's developing our care home work more widely. We're now more focused on one-to-one working rather than solely focusing on group activities, which we were mainly doing before this project. The work at Erskine enabled us to understand the difference that one-to-one work can make and the huge impact it can have. That learning for us has happened because of the collaboration with Erskine. There were challenges, there's no doubt about that. Care staff are very busy and very pressurised, and I would say often can lack confidence in their own creativity. And that can then make people a wee bit reluctant sometimes to work with an artist. The 2 artists had worked in communities before but hadn't worked in care homes before, so they had a lot to learn. So there was a need for learning on both sides, but also, as I say, this very pressurised environment which we were very conscious of. But that duration, that 3-year programme, really gave us time to build those relationships, to build the understanding across the care teams and across the 2 artists, and us as the Luminate staff team. And that in-depth knowledge really led to some wonderful joint working. An important thing going back to the beginning of this project is that because we had 3 years, we didn't have to say to the artists, get in there and start leading activities immediately. We gave them quite a few days to just be in the care homes, to get to know the staff, to understand the rhythm of the day, to understand how the care home operates before they started to design activities and work with residents and staff. The staff tell us how much they enjoyed it, and a lot of them have talked about gaining confidence in their own creativity, which was something that we really hoped would happen. The 2 artists have gained a huge amount of understanding of working creatively in a care context and with people living with dementia. And as I mentioned, for us as an organisation, we are now rethinking some of the ways that we work in other care homes to bring a much more personalised and one-to-one approach in when it's possible to do that. I'm going to close on that note. I hope this short presentation has given you a flavour of our work across Scotland, of how we've developed as an organisation and what we're trying to do. And I'm very happy if there's time to take any questions that you might have. Let me just stop sharing the slides. There we are.
And thank you very much. We all are grateful for your presentation. Thank you.
Oh, I can't hear you, Katerina.
Sure. Thank you, Anne. Thank you so much for your presentation. We all, can you wave, please? Just, yeah, this is it. Well, I think that, like, the artistic residences in the care homes and the ideas you have, that's very challenging for us here in the Czech Republic, I must say. Are there any questions from the public before Anne will switch off her camera, etc.? No. They are overwhelmed of all this. So, Anne, let me thank you very much for your presentation, for being here with us online, and we truly hope we will have the opportunity some next time to see you in person. Greetings to Scotland then. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Hope to see you in person soon. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Tak děkujeme do Skotska a já už na pódium zvu pana Jiřího Stárka, ředitele základní umělecké školy v Praze 10 Hostivaři. Dobrý den, pojďte za mnou. Tato škola otevřela jako první v České republice umělecké vzdělávání pro studenty seniorského věku, takže i starší spoluobčané mají možnost věnovat se hudbě, výtvarnému umění, tanci nebo divadlu. A víc už nám řekl.
For older people. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me. I know I have 15 minutes to introduce the academy for seniors. And let me to begin by sharing some of my thoughts. Our school attempts to make use of the most recent findings about the brain. And we know that there are 3 preconditions for children that must be met in order for the child to learn. First is meaning. Children must understand why they are learning something. It must be meaningful. And if there is a meaning, they don't need praising, such as "you're a good boy, you have learned this nicely." If things make sense to children, they learn. Second, cooperation. It's been proven that the brain, if you're in a competitive environment, half of the brain capacity you spend on protecting yourself. And the third, free will, choice. It's interesting. All of us sitting here, we have some kind of chemistry in our brains. Maybe some of you don't have the chemistry for listening to me. But how the brain is set up at this moment, it's set up for a certain activity, and the body is telling you what will be the best activity for you. And in the afternoon, it's going to be totally different. So there is choice, free choice of what I want to do. And that contributes to great learning. And this is the world of children. And then we have the world of adults. And there we hear we should support our strengths and not waste time on trying to fix our weaknesses, because we would spend a lot of time to get to a level that other people have naturally. So I've been thinking about the humankind and the myths that are associated with various periods. We've heard the word myths, and these paradigms, myths, can last for centuries, like the Earth is flat one. There is the field of science called economics. And if you look at economics both from the right or left side of the spectrum, everyone agrees that the economics is about growth of gross domestic product. And now some others are thinking whether this is not a myth. This is just a paradigm. Is this really true? So it occurs to me whether we are perhaps living under a myth of dividing people into categories of children, middle-aged, productive, and older. Isn't this sort of nonsense? Isn't this misleading, mistaken? Because someone thought, okay, young people are until the age of like maybe 18. When they turn 18, they are adult. Someone produced this type of thinking, sort of creating these pigeonholes, and we have actually created this power-based model in schools. And so let's imagine that we are just people. We are people who are very small, people who are less experienced, people who are weaker. But we wouldn't divide them into children, middle-aged and old, just people with different types of experience. I'll say something personal maybe. When I look at you, there's distinguished ladies, distinguished gentlemen, representatives of various organizations. I'm director of school, and all of us have a certain role. But honestly, yes, I do play the role of a school director, but in fact, I'm just an ordinary boy. I'm an ordinary boy. I am a boy, really, still. And you, ladies, are girls, in fact.
And if we are able to admit this, then we are kind of overgrown children. And if we are a bit older children, then the same rules have to apply to us, the rules that Comenius was talking about. So things need to have meaning, must be meaningful. We must collaborate, and we have to have free choice. So that was the principle on which we based the Academy for the Seniors we opened at our school, and I'd like to shortly present it to you. And the most important has already been said. So the Academy for Seniors was established in 2014. And because we quite often heard that there's a lack of premises and buildings, facilities, and so on, these are really big concerns. So I thought that we have school premises, but there's no one in the morning. We also have a theater hall. So I thought, oh, that's really pitchy. So when I was walking along the corridor, I met a few grandpas and grandmas who were waiting for their children. And I actually told him that I would actually stick an inventory label on you because you have been here for such a long time already, picking up your grandchildren. And he said, okay, do that, but it would be great if I could also play the theater. So I went to the staff room and I thought to myself, that's not a bad idea. Of course, I simplify that. It is not very easy, or it was not very easy, but we were quite successful. And good news and inspiration for the other is that the premises at school are available and are not used to the utmost, because in the morning I have the Academy for Seniors, in the afternoon I have children, and in the evening we have concerts. So I still have some time at night. Regarding staffing, we hired our teachers because they are very highly qualified people. They are also artists, so there was no problem. So the only condition for enrolling is the interest in the study and achieving the senior age. To be honest, we try to behave that we are a university, but of course we are not a university, but we want them to feel that they really study university. So we organize summer and winter terms, and we provide all the things according to their wishes and needs. We don't have any curriculum or exams. And we also have a festive opening of the study, and we also have a graduation ceremony, but we are not established by law as a university. By the way, the education we organize according to the needs of the students, but they also have the book of marks, credits, and so on. So it's great that as we pretend we are a university, I talked to the owner of the restaurant that is next to the school, and we agreed that all the seniors who participate at the academy can go there for lunch, and if they show them that they have an attendance sheet and they have a mark book, then they get 30% discount. So I even run the canteen. So what is the most important? We would need an extra hour for that to speak about it. Is the relationship between the lecturer and the senior. So the education needs to be for free if we don't want to negatively influence this relationship. When we had discussions with the founding partner, and when I also talked to the management of the municipality, I presented the project as really very beneficial, because the most expensive part of organizing some cultural events is to hire and pay the premises, and we don't need to have that. So I think it's a great idea to use the premises that are already here, and it proved really very efficient to do it this way. We also wanted the school to have some auspices, to have patrons, the sponsorships of people that have something in common with art. So we agreed with the teachers that we would approach not really celebrities, but elites, so that the art education would be considered as a really dignified activity. Because when I started with the project, there was quite a lot of sentences in the document about intergenerational connection and so on, blah, blah, blah. What is really the most important is to value the people, respect them, respect their dignity. If you do some, for example, competition where children play and senior play, you sometimes impair their dignity because the children are better in that. So we need to be really careful. So the opening ceremony took place in the Academy of Performing Arts, where our students played. Then we also have the parents' choir who also sang there, and then the students themselves, so children, seniors, and parents. That was really nice. Then we had the graduation ceremony in the Museum of Music. The teachers really liked it, and we sang Gaudeamus Igitur, so it was really a very nice ceremonial event. So this is a nice photograph. This is Květa Fialová, our Czech actor. I remember the sentence he told me. She said, Jiří, in all schools you are trying to do the things correctly, and you finally, by establishing the academy, you have done the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Starek. I would love to start studying at your academy if I had time. So another presenter is Mrs. Sabina Matolková. I'd like to invite you to the stage. She works for the municipal office in Náchod for the Department of Culture and Tourism, and she will present a Czech-Polish project called Active Senior. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't have a better presenter before than the director, a small boy, Mr. Starek, because I will be talking about the Academy for the people 65 plus that is run at the Leisure Time Art School in Náchod. Náchod is a smaller city than Prague, and we were looking for funds how to pay the trainers and lecturers. So we also have children who come to our school in the afternoon, and we have empty premises in the morning. So we wanted to pay the lecturers, and we wanted to ask for a grant or a subsidy for the project Academy 65 plus. Náchod is in the eastern part of Bohemia. It is a border city next to the border with Poland, where we now all go to buy cheap petrol. So we applied for the money from the European funds for our Academy 65 plus. So even the city of Náchod pays a lot of attention to senior population. They are trying to integrate them in the operation of the city. They support them in many levels. There are various associations and unions, Náchod University of Leisure Time. We have already the 23rd term, and also the Academy 65 Plus that runs at the Leisure Time Art School. The city supports these projects financially, especially, but also in other manners. Because of the border location, there's quite a lot of Czech-Polish projects funded by the European Union. Here we can see the projects, and I'll start with the first one. It is a big project from the 1st September 2016 to the 30th of April this year. It lasted 32 months, therefore it is a big project. Also, because of the money, 480,000 euros, about 1 million crowns for all the partners. There were 6 partners to the project. So it was Náchod, Česká Skalice, Trutnov, Svidnice, Klocko, and Kindeřina Kyšle. So 6 partners, which is quite difficult to coordinate. Funding of this project is done through pre-financing. After 6 months of implementation, you can ask for the eligible cost of the project. It is actually 90% for Czech partners and 80% for the Polish partners. those 90% includes 85% of the European subsidy and 5% of the state contribution. Then participation of the Czech partner is 10% and Polish partner 15%. There were 5 cities to this project and 1 folk ensemble Barunka, for which the pre-financing was very demanding for them, and they actually had to take a loan either from the bank or from the Česká Skalice municipality. Each of the partners has their own budget, which doesn't have to be the same as the budget of other partners. It of course depends on the finance demands of the activities. Important is to have one idea, impact, and the target group, and especially the mutual encounters. This is the basis of the whole project. People from the partner city should meet. During the project, individual partners organize also activities focusing on seniors in their own city. And I'd like to mention those that were organized by the municipality of Náchod. So I will be speaking about the basic 4 terms at the school in Náchod. It is actually teaching movement on the stage, and then we also organize yoga training, stretching, then arts and crafts, also focusing on various activities, again according to the interests and wishes of the seniors, and also music programs. So here we can see the whole music group on the stage.
So we use this money to fund the teachers, the resources, materials, and this is the opening ceremony and the graduation ceremony. It's with all the festivities. The mayor of our town hands awards certificates, and it's always a great event important event for the senior people. They invite family members. So apart from these activities, we also offer workshops at the municipal library, handicrafts and others. They are really in great demand, and they were found to be very enjoyable. So apart from the activities I've mentioned, there are the networking activities where we had like 14 integrating events, I would call them, 45 old people from every town, which is altogether about 300 people from all the 6 cities. So there was like full-day program, including meals prepared for these people. And all these events, of course, are financially quite demanding, because senior people don't pay anything. It includes little gifts, maybe interpreting costs if it's in Polish, so paying for the organizational details and so on. So this is an event in Svidnice. Senior people played and they were excited. And so although it's quite demanding in terms of finance, you can see that it's really worth it if you see the smiles on people's faces. And we in Náchod organized one of these integrating networking events because we were quite busy doing a lot of other things. So this is the trips to various towns 300 senior people. It's quite demanding, but it's also very exciting. So now these are pictures from another event, Náchod festivities, Koron festivities. This is an event, I don't know if you know about this, that presents various handicrafts, theater performances, and apart from this, there was a visit to the Náchod castle, and half of the senior people were Polish, half were Czech, so things were interpreted, and there was also an exhibition by an artist who was really wonderful. And also there was a workshop with the exhibiting artist that offered various techniques, art techniques. And again, the people were really excited about it. So the application for funds as part of this project contains a goal that should be achieved. The projects in general are very demanding in terms of paperwork and administrations, starting with the application, filing the application, and writing the final reports. And so it's really immense burden. So the goal of the project was to avoid, prevent marginalization and stereotypization of the older generation as part of cross-border cooperation and blah, 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 with the involvement of non-governmental organizations dealing with senior issues and including establishing cooperation through various workshops, integrating meetings and creating an internet portal. This is the whole objective as it was described in the application. So if you wanted to apply for funds to European Union, you can copy it from me. I will give it to you for free. So in fact, the goal that we strive for, or were striving for, was the excitement, was the joy, was pleasantly spent time doing meaningful activities. As we mentioned, we organized 14 integrating events. First was in Trutnov, and I really didn't know what to expect, and I can tell you it was not easy to find 45 people, senior people in Náchod, because no one knew what we were doing, what it was about. And there was another integrating event in our favorite city, and in the second meeting, the situation changed totally, because it was no problem to find participants who would be willing to take part in all further meetings. So it was interesting to find out that at least half of the senior people were able to communicate via internet and send their feedback, and also use mobile phones, sending SMS messages. So it was really interesting, but very helpful. Some, of course, have only landlines, so you have to use landlines. Many participants in the project use a website and love to watch the pictures, look at the pictures, and they always ask me, are you going to put new pictures on the website soon? So we were really excited about the outcomes, and there is an increasing demand on the part of senior people to learn about their counterparts across the border, and we managed to design a team, a collaborating team, and therefore we decided to come up with another project focused on senior people. But and we heard about this yesterday. We decided to innovate the project and enrich it to include intergenerational cooperation. And this was the birth of another project entitled Intergenerational Cross-Border Cooperation, and people call it, nickname it, junior, senior, for simplicity. There's again 6 partners in Poland. The same cities are involved. On the Czech part, Náchod is involved, Česká Skalice, and instead of Trutnov asked us to replace them because they had a lot of projects going on, didn't have the capacity. So Hronov has taken place of Trutnov. Can you please conclude shortly? Okay. So I'll be quick. Academy 60+. In this case, we interconnected juniors and seniors. They had performances, and I don't think that we are not supporting the dignity of the senior people when they play together with young people. Not everyone wanted to perform, but those who wanted to perform were very sort of self-confident, and we really loved it. As concerns the art part, then I think that senior people were really on the same level with the senior people. Then there were workshops in the library, about 20 folk songs, memory training, several meetings focused on memory training and kinesiotherapy as well. And we also bought 10 tablets. Children turned into teachers, and they accepted this role naturally, and senior people appreciated the help from young people, from children. With the integrating events, we have chosen a different format. Every Polish partner visited a Czech town and vice versa. So the format was 20 plus 20 events, the number of events, ceramics workshops, and the middle picture is from another workshop that included a visit to a museum. The integrating events were only 6. In Náchod, we had a senior Olympics at the stadium. We purchased equipment for 13 sport disciplines, and we do this every year, very, very, very quickly. This is about a micro project for 2 partners. You see the budget is much smaller, and the implementation period is limited to 12 months. And COVID intervened, and we had to ask for prolonging the project's duration. Handicrafts, producing spring decorations and book covers. And because we are a town with rich writers' potential, we have the tradition of Josef Škvorecký, who is a famous Czech writer. So we had a trip following the pathway of his writings, and we also had a theater performance that would be always related to the writer. Náchod Korun festivities, it was a large event. We were in the Natural Museum, outdoor museum. Another project that was not focused on senior people, it was focused on children, was called Safely in a European City. First aid was included, road safety was included, and seniors were also involved in first aid trainings. They were very active, asking perhaps how they should respond and what they should do in various situations. The last thing I want to mention is the sports competitions, the senior Olympics. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Děkuji paní Sabině Matoulkové za.
Thank you very much for presenting a lot of activities. Can't hear if you do not use the mic. Mrs. Kateřina Jirglová, please come to the stage. Mrs. Jirglová is the director of the public benefit organization called Mezi námi, focusing on connecting generations, and she will present various activities related to intergenerational program in the Czech Republic. I would like to ask you to keep the time. You have 15 minutes, and 1 minute before the end, I will tell you that you have to finish. Good morning to all of you. I have the great advantage that my presentation is before coffee break, and the schedule is tight. Many often you hear that children spend most of the time with their mobile phones, and that senior citizens spend the time reading discounts and buying discounted foods. But it is not like that. We know that the population is growing and the role of the seniors in the family is changing. It was quite common that grandpa and grandmas were part of the family and raise the grandparents and pass the traditions and culture to their grandchildren. Now many people move to other cities for work reasons, and then their grandpas and grandmas are quite far away and they lose contact with each other. Mezi námi, among us, is the name of the organizations. We organize intergenerational encounters, trying to build bridges between generations, because we believe it is worth doing this. And show them that together they can experience great things, both seniors and children together. And I think this is also about the values of our Czech culture and cultural heritage, because the senior citizens have quite a lot of these values and know how to speak about them. So it's important to contact each other, and it is not important how old the seniors are. We are active in all 14 regions in the Czech Republic. We coordinate more than 340 facilities, both kindergartens and care homes. Our programs are regularly attended by more than 15,000 seniors and children. And now a short video to see what it looks like, what we do.
Rozdíl mezi samotou a pospolitostí představuje organizace Mezi námi. Nezisková organizace Mezi námi propojuje školky a domovy seniorů. Zajišťuje jejich pravidelná setkání a sbližuje tak generace. Vedle běžných setkání pořádá Mezi námi také pravidelné sportovní, taneční nebo jinak tvůrčí akce. Platí lektory, zajišťuje materiály, přispívá na cesty školkových tříd v regionech za novými babičkami a dědečky do domovů seniorů. Podpořte i vy mezigenerační propojování. Třeba váš drobný dar rozzáří další úsměv. Ať nikdo z nás ve stáří nezůstává sám. Děkujeme, že jste s námi. Mezi námi.
Tak já než se vrátíme k prezentaci.
So I'd like to continue with my presentation. So this is what the intergenerational encounters look like. They said that we try to fight for not being left alone at the old age, and we are trying to develop this idea already with the youngest ones, with the little children. We also hear a lot of stereotypes, even if it's quite difficult to remove these stereotypes. So the children learn how to treat the seniors. Some of them are in a care home for the first time, and they are quite surprised. They see all those aids for the disabled and so on. And we also talk about what they can learn from the seniors. So it is always quite a lot of energy and spontaneity for the elderly, that the children are there for them. It is not only about the words, but also about touching your hand, hugging. So we also try to involve activization staff, and sometimes it happens that the whole families get involved, which we really rejoice about. This is a small illustration what it looks like when they meet for the first time. So the first encounter might be a bit embarrassing. Also the children have biases and concerns, but thanks to doing something together, they can start the intergenerational dialogue. So when this activity is finished, they mostly smile, and that's the biggest reward. This is one of the biggest intergenerational programs that is called Tell Me, where we connect kindergarten, elementary school, and care homes. We cooperate with the whole network of special cares for people who suffer the Alzheimer disease, and The staff also from those care homes try to help organize the meetings, and the meetings are very often custom-made. If the seniors go to kindergartens, they very often play some table games, and some of the seniors are very active, some have some disabilities, some suffer from dementia or Alzheimer's disease. So it is the task of our coordinator to make it tailor-made. So these are other examples: Olympics, creative workshops. We celebrate various feats, so we organize a lot of festivities, carnivals, Shrovetale, so when grandpas and grandmas speak about their childhood, about their experiences, and so on. Here you can see some illustrations from the past 2 years when we were influenced quite a lot by the situation. People were concerned that the seniors would not be able to do something online, but it was not true at all. We even had some cooking course online, and we touched each other across the glass. We had also this dancing performances under their windows, so sometimes it was even enough to just wave those seniors because the children already knew the individual elderly. We also organized galleries on the fences of care homes. So this shows our cooperation in the program Tell Me. We have 175 groups, including members of kindergartens, elementary schools, and care homes, and some meet once a month, some every week, so it depends, but regularity is something we try to emphasize quite a lot, because if the children go there only once during Christmas, it might be emotional, but it's not enough. So if they go there regularly, then they established a relationship. In addition to the fact that the coordinators motivate and encourage the organizers of the encounter, we also used guidance sheets to support the teachers and teaching staff, because without them it would not be possible. So we issue sheets with various tips for activities or tips for intergenerational dialogue, fairy tale storytelling, also green activities. We called this year the Green Year, and you know, how things were treated by the seniors in their childhood is very different from how the things are treated by children today. So they mended the thing, fixed them, repaired, and so on, while the current generation just throw it away if it doesn't work. So here you can see a label called Intergenerational that shows if you post a sticker on the door, then you know that these activities are organized in those premises. We also have a program that is called Read, and within this program, grandpas and grandmas go to the school and read fairy tales. So it looks like this. It is always custom-made to both the volunteer and the school class. So sometimes they put the kids to sleep, or they just they read the fairy tale and then lower the voice and the children slowly fall asleep. So it is always up to the individual volunteers. Some of them even play the accordion or harmonica, or they take the children for a trip or an outing. We also have seniors who have a really great knowledge about the history of sites in Prague. And now example of how to remove stereotypes. So during lockdown, it was not possible to send seniors to the school. And it was hard for the seniors who just wanted to walk. They didn't want to remain at home alone. So we decided to shoot a film, short documentary, and it was a great experience. Here we also have the Ukrainian flag. In spring, we could see 2, 3, 4 Ukrainian children in every kindergartens, and we decided to read some fairy tales in Ukrainian. So that was great. Within 2 or 3 days, the volunteers were able to record these fairy tales in Ukrainian. So it's not only about reading, but also about a club we have that consists of 200 members. We organize seminars, events, activities, workshops for the public. We call it intergenerational workshops, and we also participate in the educational activities and awareness raising. We also participated in Erasmus Plus project. So this gives us feedback on what's going on in Europe and also on our achievement. So thank you very much for your attention.
Vás požádám, abyste zde zůstala, protože teď přichází první.
Could you please stay? Because now we are going to have a panel discussion. So I would like to invite our guests to come on stage. All the speakers have had their presentations in this session. And we have very short time, we are a bit delayed, so I would start with the first presentation. I have written down about 4 words: to give space to disabled people on stage, volunteers in Erasmus, and the word souvenir. These were actually 3 words that encouraged me to ask. So I would like to know what is the most important of these 3 words for you after COVID?
I must say I had a question because I was coming up the stage, so if you could repeat it, please.
Tři slova, která zazněla z vaší přednášky. Prostor na pódiu handicapovaným.
Heard from your presentation, space to disabled people on stage, volunteers, and the souvenir project. What is the most important of the 3 to maintain, to sustain after COVID?
I think I don't want to give priority to one of the 3 because I think they are important. All 3 of them are important. We should give a stage to all people and stop labeling people and really embrace everybody. That's what we see in our work when we, for instance, do a boot camp for seniors and we have a disabled senior amongst us. And we enable them to join a company, and that's only one person. It's only a small thing, but for this person, it's a big thing. So that's why, when I don't know if you noticed in our logo, the O of Open Doek is very large, and this means that we welcome everybody. We're an open organization That's why also we have a new building now where we open our doors and we try to draw people into our organization.
Děkuji. Remedium. Měla jste být tady už. Napsala jsem si, velmi důležité je trefit se do organizace a zase zpátky organizace k lidem. Jakým způsobem zajišťujete to trefení se, tu informovanost po době po covidu?
Jestli tomu dobře rozumím, jestli ty lidi přijdou k nám dobře, že jsou u nás?
Jak je cílíte?
Well, if I understand your question, how do you invite people to participate? Well, it is quite difficult. We try to make use of the channels, communication channels that we have, such as the internet, the media. But what works best is word of mouth, recommendations, personal recommendations. If someone comes to us and they say to friends, they should come as well. My issue at the moment is to try to get into the media, be more visible in the media, so that we can offer the information about us to people who would be interested, that we could be useful to them. Okay, thank you for saying in your presentation that senior people are the watchers, the guards of values, for example, the Czech language value. And then we had a Scottish presentation, human rights issues, support for various associations. At the end, I also thought that the time investment that she mentioned was important. Mr. Starek gave us some pictures, and he again said something that's most important for me in this session, giving the space to senior people. And I want to ask if there is any change after COVID. Is there anything that you would underline? You mentioned meaning, free choice, cooperation. This is very general and this will last forever. I always say to my teachers, if you have any problem, children are okay. The problem is normally with us, adults. Children are okay. And I think this same applies to senior people. Senior people are always okay. And if something doesn't work, for example, due to COVID, it's always up to us. So I always think we have to think about our changes in attitude, approaches, work on ourselves. When COVID came, I think it was us, teachers, in the first place, adults in productive age, who actually had to see this as challenge and openness to change. So only then can we offer services to others. So seeking the change in ourselves, that's what I want to say. Mrs. Patějková from Náchod, I wrote down 60 plus and also sustainability of projects, because it's like millions of grants. Do you consider maybe the library becoming a center for lifelong learning in the future? Well, I would like to clarify your question about 60 plus. You are asking where I found that figure, or how I came up with that figure. It's not mine. It's actually the idea of the director of our elementary arts school, 60 plus, and we just have taken it over and used it in the project. And about the sustainability of the project, we would like to continue. Our city hall is funding the semesters at the art school, and we will make efforts to file further applications for grant support as part of Czech-Polish project. Sustainability is the necessary evil that we have to stick to. Okay. And two big words in the last presentation was touch for me, that senior people need that, and smile. And you spoke about volunteering senior people. Should we still address them, involve them, although they are the most at risk group, endangered group? Well, I'll pick up what Mr. Stark said. It's about our attitudes. It turned out during COVID, where we were really scared at the beginning, but then when it was going on for some time, most of our volunteers were very active. They took part in events and helping. They were helping themselves, and they keep doing it because it's the food for their life. So they just say, okay, it's either about waiting for death or being active. And apart from reading to children, there are a lot of other activities they are involved in. And I always feel really excited about them talking about how packed their days are with various activities. And so in this mature age, I think it's great to pass on what you can. Thank you. I am on the senior pathway, I think, so I would wish for our people in this area to have enough time to get a lot of touch and a lot of smiles on this pathway. Thank you. Thank you. And now we're going to have a break. We'll start at 11:55, and I would like to ask you to maybe pick your certificate of completion. They are available so that we can avoid some crowded queues after we finish.
Tak já vás všechny požádám, jestli...
I'd like to ask you to go back to your seats. We will start with session 5 of the conference, which will show us examples from various cultural institutions. And as the first presentation, we will have Virginia Tandy online from Britain, and floor is your cut.
Good morning to Virginia Tandy. Hello. We are greeting you to England, Manchester. Virginia Tandy is the director of CADA, which is Creative Aging Development Agency. Mind the title again, okay? There is the agency like that, right? And we will be very happy to hear how CADA is working, how is the development in the agency, what are the priorities, and how are they doing actually, and what are their goals, for example, for the future. We are very happy to have you here, Virginia, and we are happy to hear your presentation. So the place is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Katerina, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm sorry not to be with you in person. I've been following the conference online and the excellent sessions. In this presentation, I'll give you an overview of ageing in England and explain CADA's approach to creative ageing, offer some insights from our work to date, and explore the impact of COVID on creative ageing work in England, and finish with some thoughts about the future. Some statistics about England. The darkest colours on the map show where the highest numbers of older people live in the country. The map was prepared from data from the 2011 census, when there were more people under 15 than over 65. The more recent 2021 census results that were released just a few weeks ago show that now the over 65 population has increased by 20%, and there are now more people over 65 than under 15, but the distributions remain broadly the same. You can see the deep purple bands running across the middle of the country, including the cities of Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, and Hull. As the percentage of older people in the population increases over the next decade, so will the numbers of people living with dementia, currently about 850,000, and those needing residential care, currently about 500,000. As a country, England is still adjusting to becoming an ageing society, and there has been no national government policy on older people since 2015. However, there is an organisation funded by the National Lottery called the Centre for Ageing Better that focuses on people aged 50 to 70, challenges ageism and campaigns for better public services, and brings older people together in age-friendly networks across the country. While about 40% of people aged 50 and over are considered to be reasonably financially secure, over 2 million people live in poverty with little chance of improving their financial situation. And in cities like Manchester, life expectancy can be 10 years shorter in the poorer areas. The current challenges with the increases in the price of energy and food will only exacerbate this situation. And this slide shows those areas with high numbers of older people, high levels of deprivation, and low levels of cultural engagement. And again, you can see that band of cities across the middle of the country, which we consider to be the north, but those are the areas of attention. Enabling a healthy, longer life for everyone is a major challenge, and the arts, alongside issues such as housing, transport, social care and digital literacy, have an important role to play. Keeping active and connected, learning new skills and having a sense of purpose are key to our well-being as we age. So how did CADA come about? You may be aware of the pioneering programme on creative ageing in the UK, funded by the Baring Foundation during the 2010s. This charity took the bold step to focus all its arts funding on arts for older people for a decade. The resulting report illustrated here is on the website, their website. The creation of CARDA is the legacy of that programme and is working to tackle some of the unfinished business identified in that final report. We began in 2020 with a modest amount of funding, and in addition to our links with the Bearing Foundation, we're connected to and supported by Greater Manchester Combined Authority, the regional government body for the 10 urban areas with the City of Manchester at its centre, and Arts Council England. Greater Manchester has an international reputation for its holistic approach to ageing. We're also supported by the University of Manchester, which owns and runs the Manchester Museum, and the museum currently hosts CARDA. While we are based in Manchester, we work across the whole of England. We have a diverse advisory board of older people and a range of national and international connections to inform and support our work, and we have just become an educational charity. So what's CARDA's role? CARDA believes that everyone has the right to creative activity and opportunity, whatever their age, and recognises that people age in different ways. We exist to champion the artistic and social value of creative ageing work to society. There is great work happening in this country and a growing need, and there is still the need to make the case, not just to arts organisations, but to those who work with and for older people in a range of settings, for high quality, co-produced work by, with and for older people. We're working to challenge ageism. Why are there so few creative development opportunities on offer to older artists? How can the arts confront the negative images of older people that are commonplace in the press and media? Despite age being a protected characteristic, it is only in the last 12 months that there have been standards and guidelines for the press about writing accurately about ageing and older people. We want to lead a fundamental rethink and reflection on creative ageing, particularly in relation to the learnings from the pandemic and through access to data and evidence. We're exploring what's needed to strengthen the work and profile of the sector. We aim to harness the collective energy of both older people and those working in the sector to support systemic change and encourage best practice. We have a website, cardaengland.org, which has more information about us and all our research to date. So how do we define creative ageing? We know, and many of you will know, that as a discipline, it appears to have emerged over the last 20 years in response to the longer life being experienced across the globe. And we know it covers a vast array of activity, from everyday creativity, self-organised events by older people, creating the culture they want to enjoy, creative activism, challenging ageism, from non-ageist birthday cards to more diverse images of older people, art that explores the ageing process and age-related issues, projects with specific communities around identity, and age-friendly work with cultural institutions, which can encourage and encompass all of the above approaches. So why is creative ageing important? In my view, creative ageing should be part of every cultural organisation's work and seen in a similar light to work with children and young people. Both ends of the life course should be full of opportunity, which adds to the quality of life and well-being through social connection and purpose, enables discovery and development of new skills and talents, offers a channel for activism and agency for those who want to take it, and contributes to making your local neighbourhood, which as an older person or a younger person is probably where you spend most of your time, a better place to live. For some older people who were dissuaded from pursuing a career in the arts when they were young or had no access to opportunities, this is the time in their life to finally follow their interest and develop new skills. We are a tiny organisation of 2 part-time workers. We are researchers, conveners, coordinators and critical friends. We don't deliver programmes of creative activities for older people. We've chosen 4 priorities following a national consultation, and these are, firstly, finding ways to amplify the voice of older people in the cultural sector, both in terms of making work and making policy, building on the citizen-led work of Manchester's culture champions who've influenced the city's cultural organisations by, for example, encouraging more matinee performances, but also organised projects of their own to enjoy. Secondly, making creative ageing activity in England's ethnically diverse communities more visible. We've just completed our first piece of research in this field on creative ageing in the South Asian communities, bringing new voices and understandings to the table, recognising the contribution of South Asian heritage to the cultural life of England and the importance of voluntary activity in supporting work by, with and for these communities. The image on this slide is of a light installation at Tate Britain by Chyla Berman, an older Asian artist. Thirdly, supporting and inspiring arts practitioners and those who work with older people through development opportunities. We are developing a programme of events and activities. Most recently, we led an international online conference, a bit like the event we're here enjoying today, on creative ageing with almost 200 delegates, developed with partners in the UK, Finland, and with speakers from the US, Japan, and Europe. And finally, we're creating resources through data and research to provide context and to help us and others make the case for creative ageing work. So what do we know about older people and their cultural participation? Here's a chart which shows just how many older people attended publicly funded arts events in England or did so before the pandemic. You can see that the percentages of older people attending in red far exceed their presence as a proportion of the population in grey. There is much more information about England's older audiences and their interests on our website. And here are the art forms that they enjoyed: drama, music, and heritage sites and dance. These insights could be interpreted as demonstrating there's no need to work with these age groups as they're already engaged in culture. But much of the data focuses on people as passive audiences rather than active participants or co-creators. A high percentage of these audiences are white and well-educated, and as you can see from the previous slide, engagement with culture for the over 75s is very low. So there is more work to do if our arts organisations are going to be truly inclusive and relevant to everyone in England. The impact of the pandemic. Here's an image of work by Equal Arts, a participatory arts organisation up in the northeast of England. This is another area of England with a high concentration of older people. During the pandemic, they took their work to people's doorsteps as a way of overcoming the isolation felt by many older people who were unable to see their families and friends or continue in their work as volunteers or as members of social groups. The value of creativity during lockdowns in England was recognised by many people of all ages, and this has had a positive effect on the focus of charities such as Age UK. Many cultural institutions, such as theatres, were closed for many months. Where the staff were still at work, engagement work was the only part of those organisations that was kept alive. Artists working with older people were ingenious in adapting their approaches to keep connected. Health and social inequalities were revealed as the pandemic affected poorer people and ethnically diverse people disproportionately, and the global impact of Black Lives Matter made us reflect on the diversity of our workforce and the people we work with. The summer of 2021 saw the presentation of some brilliant co-produced theatre, often developed remotely but presented in person, with older people in Leeds, Manchester and Coventry, all developed in these difficult circumstances. Top left, the Theatre of Wandering explored the impacts of memory loss using a promenade performance developed for the Coventry City of Culture programme by Enteleki Arts and the Japanese arts theatre company Oibakushi, and created with older people from a sheltered housing scheme in the city's Belgrade Theatre's Elders Group, the local police force and social prescribers, and a range of other people and agencies in the city. The promise of a garden at Leeds Playhouse at the bottom left, produced with the performance ensemble, their older people's theatre company, presented art informed by the experience of age and presented through personal testimony. The set was embellished with hundreds of flowers made by local people, as you can see. Wit and Wisdom, an intergenerational production with elders and the Young Company at the Royal Exchange Theatre in Manchester, was developed on Zoom but performed in person. All of these performances have grown out of very well-established initiatives that have worked with older people for many, many years. While digital provided a vital channel of communication and has opened up so many opportunities, it was not the answer for everyone, and different ways of working remotely by post and phone were developed by many organisations. The poor digital infrastructure in many care homes was also a real challenge. Some national project funds were specifically made available for older people, and cultural organisations such as Norwich Theatre in the east of England, which is in a rural area with poor transport links, found themselves in remote contact with a completely different set of older people that they had never connected with before. So what are the issues post-pandemic? Arts organisations are still in recovery. Many are, frankly, exhausted by the uncertainties of the last 2 years, and many are also awaiting the outcomes of the National Arts Funding Programme run by the Arts Council, which will announce its funding awards for 2023 to 2026 at the end of this month. There are the obvious uncertainties also around energy costs, the impact of the rising cost of living crisis, and their concerns about their ability to earn income. So this is a time of great uncertainty. Many older people, after months of staying at home, are still rebuilding their confidence, resulting in fewer older volunteers, visitors and participants, but numbers are slowly improving as restrictions have been lifted, although infection rates, of course, are now in England on the rise again. There has been a lot of innovation and learning in creative ageing over the last 2 years, and we hope that new inclusive practices, such as working remotely, can be sustained and developed. National multi-million pound and multi-year funding programmes for older people, both in culture and community development, were in place across England until 2022. Ageing Better, a programme developed by the National Lottery Community Fund, invested in older people in 15 communities over a period of years across the UK. And Celebrating Age, funded by the Arts Council and the Bearing Foundation, supported 31 creative projects with older people across the country. Both were time limited and both have come to a close. While they leave behind a lot of learning, it's not yet clear what the new dedicated national creative initiatives and resources will be for this growing population group. What are CARDA's future directions? The major national funder of the arts in England, the Arts Council, has a new strategy that emphasises the value of creativity for everyone and the importance of place-based work. Children and young people have a high priority in this document, older people less so. When thinking about inclusivity, which often focuses on disability, race and gender, quite rightly, it is important that older people are not overlooked. The experience of the pandemic has shown the value of long-term projects in supporting older people, and we need new funding models that encourage the provision of creative ageing activity, just like some of the projects you were hearing about earlier, not just time-limited projects and events. There are signs of a more joined up working between culture and health, supported by social prescribing, which is alerting new people to the benefits of creative activity as they are introduced to the arts via health and community referrals. New relationships in localities and across agencies have been built during the pandemic, and there is generally a more emphasis on well-being for everyone. These factors should facilitate a more age-friendly approach to a range of creative work, and as we have seen at the conference, there is a wealth of evidence to demonstrate the benefits from across the world. There is still work to do on diversity, both in terms of workforce and audiences and participants, and on digital literacy, to keep older people better connected to other people and services. And the voice of older people themselves still needs to be louder. And we need to encourage more intergenerational work. We're currently looking at the impacts of the co-location of nurseries and residential care for older people and the common training needs of both staff groups in terms of the provision of creative activities. So some final thoughts. The right to remain a creatively engaged citizen to the end of our days is an issue for us all. If we are lucky, we will also enjoy the longevity dividend. What do we want to do with our own later lives? One of the biggest barriers to making progress in terms of increasing investment in the amount of and access to high quality creative ageing activity is that we don't like talking about ageing. The poverty of positive language, certainly in the English language, about growing older is evidence of this. As many countries have to adjust to an increasingly older population, we must reframe our view of ageing, confront our mortality, and recognise the importance of healthy ageing, not just for other people, but for ourselves, our future selves. More active older people are important for our local and national economies, and creative ageing, alongside other interventions, offers new approaches to living well in later life to health and social services professionals. Creative ageing is about the quality of all our lives, and the creative work by and with older people that explores art with the experience of age is perhaps one of the most powerful ways of sparking bigger and better conversations about the life course for us all. Thank you. And here are my contact details. Do take a look at the website and join our mailing list.
Thank you very much, Virginia. Yesterday we have seen a lot of maps also today, and we are happy that we can compare the situation in England and by us in the Czech Republic. At this place, I want to ask if there is any reaction from the public, or would you like to leave it for the email conversation with Virginia? Okay. Well, it seems there are no questions at the moment, so thank you very much, Virginia. You gave us so much inspiration. We hope one time there will be something like that, like CADA. We truly hope. We will work on that. We will let you know. So thank you very much, and wish you a very, very lovely day to England, to Manchester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Can you wave? Yeah.
Děkujeme za představení kreativního stárnutí v Anglii.
Thank you very much for presenting creative aging from Virginia Tandy. Now Mrs. Mikulášková, we will go together to Moravia as Monica is a museum teaching staff, and we will learn how the museum works with the seniors and what they prepare for them. Over to you. No moc ne. Good morning. Thank you very much once again that I can be with you here. As I said, I work as a museum teaching staff, so I'm expected to organize great programs for children and family with children. That's what we do, and we are quite good at it. But in addition to that, I also should do other things which I believe are important and are my passion. One of that is that I try to contribute to the development of young museum educators at university, in the guidance center, and so on. Then another area I should cover, and it's important for me for quite a long time, is actually working with adults and seniors, which we often forget about because they can manage the tour in the museum. So I think this is quite a problem. If you start to talk with a museum expert and you speak about the senior audience, they would tell you, yeah, we have heard about some conference that focused on museum. They would know that there is some guidance material for the work with the seniors, and they would actually say that seniors are an important target group. According to the survey, women over 50 with higher education are typical visitors of the museums. And they would also tell you that we treat seniors not only as the visitors, but also colleagues who are the source of information and also the source of the exhibits. Because what we do in our museums is that we mediate the world through these collectibles, through the exhibits that have the special value. And you can imagine it on the examples of Shari Bishment, one of the most important figures of museum experts of today. She wrote a paragraph in that book saying that she was walking along the seaside with a friend, and she said, I found a great muscle. Found a great muscle, but description would not be enough. It is really necessary to show it. So that's very important to bear this in mind. Typical activities of the museums. On one hand, on one part, you can see the activities where senior citizens take part in, such as lectures, and there are also programs that focus specifically on the seniors. What do they have in common, all these programs? They are quite passive. So when we were preparing a new program for the seniors in our museum, we wanted to avoid that. Just some information about our museum. It is the Museum Brněnská. It has about 70 employees, so it's a middle-sized museum, and it is an organization receiving contributions from the state budget. And a reason why we have so many employees is that we have 6 branches. The branches are all around Brno. One is in the city, and the first one was established as Brno Venkov, Brno rural areas. So we decided with a colleague of mine that we would like to establish a club for the seniors, which is something that is quite common in other museums. I knew about it already when I studied at university. Then I conducted the survey of the senior museum visitors, so it was something that we were able to imagine. When we established the club, we were starting to think about what we did not like about how our colleagues did it in other museums and what are our requirements. We knew that we needed that the club would work for all the branch offices. We didn't want to establish 6 parallel branch offices, even though it might make sense, but from the perspective of staffing and also sustainability, it would be very difficult to establish 6 individual units. So we thought we would establish only one, and we would raise awareness of the public about our museum. So we are only one entity, even though we have 6 branches, so this was our goal. Then from the visitor's perspective, we knew that we wanted that our club is not passive. We didn't want the people to come, take notes, listen, and leave, and they would not say a single word throughout the whole lecture. So they would be only receiving information. That's what we didn't want. We wanted the club to be a place that could be compared with your neighbor's place or your friend's place, where you go and chat about what's going on, or similar. But we didn't want to speak about what is happening in politics and so on, but we wanted to reflect on topics that we do not encounter very often, and also topics that are somehow connected to our museum collection, but also to everyday life of the visitors. So we were actually looking for interesting topics in the stories of important personalities. For example, a traveler, Markéta Eliášová, is one of the Czechs who traveled all around the world, and we knew that the relationship with her teacher in Jiříkov was extremely important, and it was thanks to him that she was allowed to study and didn't have to work in the field. So we talked about the relationships between the teachers, between the students and teachers, and one of the senior was ex-teacher, so it was really interesting. We also talked about traveling. Now there will be a meeting where we talk about language learning and also how to court the males and vice versa, and how they met the first boyfriend and so on. So we just wanted to come up with pleasant topics that would actually be pleasant for everyone. We have chosen the venue for the club, which is probably the most presentation facilities. These are in Brno, in the center. There is a public transportation, a bus stop in front of the building, and there's also a lift, and so really beautiful premises that is considered prestigious in Brno because it is just under the Tugendhat villa in Brno. When we launched the project, we said that it's not actually important how many people will enroll and participate. We just wanted to know whether whether our plan would work well in practice, and whether the lecturers would succeed, and whether we would be able to work well with the group. So whether it meets our expectations. Here you can see a photograph from one of the first meetings, the beginning of the project. You can see how many people came, usually not more than 10 people, an ideal situation to test our project. Can see me holding that jacket, silk jacket. So we started with some description of the exhibit. So these are things that normally are not part of the exhibition. They are actually deposited in special premises. So we presented these exhibits to our participants, and we actually advertise it through a leaflet. Then gradually through our colleagues who lecture at Third Age University, we were able to raise greater awareness of our clubs. We were gradually joined by more and more people, and when we actually opened a new semester, until the moment when we wanted to stop receiving the applications, we got to the point when we received 40 applications, and then COVID came. So unfortunately, we had to apologize and interrupt this project, and we informed them, the participants, on a regular basis about the situation. And when we got into a certain gray zone, you know, so the COVID situation was a bit better, but still they were supposed to be careful and cautious. So I actually called each of the participants and asked them whether they would have the courage to come. I asked whether they would manage with respirators. And I thought it was better to call each individual. So we finally organized that. Several meetings were organized under the strict conditions. So we used a bigger hall. We kept or maintained the social distancing, and also the face masks and so on. And now it is more pleasant. We are actually now going back to our original idea, the pleasant talk over a cup of coffee. So, as I said, we had 40 applications. Then after COVID, this number dropped down, and now we have about 20 to 25 people. We didn't want to have more, because this number enables us to have fruitful discussions.
Klub teď vůbec nepropagujeme.
What is great is that we don't need to promote the work of the club any longer. We do not try to attract new members only when someone comes up to us and says, I want my friend to come here as well. So we, of course, agree, because we can see that it's quite comfortable for the people to have another soul being there with them. So this is how we actually grow the numbers instead of promoting. What's ahead of us? It's a big question mark, really. Of course, there is great demand for this service, so we could increase the number of clubs. However, we don't have the human resources that are needed. And another thing is that we think that with this growth we could lose the quality a little bit, because over the years we've got to know all the people, their families. They are great fans of us. They keep in contact and make recommendations for us when we travel abroad, for example. So, although we could do a lot of things in order to expand, we have opted for stabilizing the foundations, making them more solid. And the project really doesn't have any funding. We have been using resources that are available for the museum. We have the curators who already do the research. They have all the knowledge, and we have the space. And Wednesdays afternoon are not that full, so there's no extra costs attached to this. We have membership fees, not very high, and they are used for buying things that are necessary, for example, some files, folders. Before Christmas, we had a program about Hanukkah, so we bought a candle so people can bring the light home. So it's just a symbolic amount that we collect, and all the costs are actually covered by the museum resources, which is really comfortable for us. So we had no education requirements, no other special requirements, no age requirements, and all that we offered was like, come if you feel like coming, regardless of age, regardless of your education. The main thing I wanted to tell you was that museums in this country are quite exceptional in terms of the network. And museums, that is quite expansive, and museums are facing a lot of bias. Museums are expected not to do much and be quite boring, and that they are detached from the outside world. But this is not true at all. There are museums that try to reach out to all people in the community, all levels of society, and most importantly, the core of our work is to serve society. And we realize that active aging is something we all should contribute towards. So if you are designing a project and you're looking for a partner and you know of a museum in your area, don't hesitate to contact them, because you can be sure that there'll be a lot of professionals who can be immensely creative, and they have the knowledge that you will need. So that's my recommendation for you. Thank you. And now let's move to a library, figuratively speaking. So this contribution is entitled The Third Age, being truant or playing truant, I would translate that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I'm happy to see colleagues from libraries, from theaters, and this is great proof for me that our activities are becoming more and more interconnected. I would like to pick up what Mr. Starek was saying. I've never seen you before this conference, but I'd heard a lot about your work. So I see you in my own eyes, and I can also pick up on my colleague from the museum, my predecessor, said, because all things that she said and what Mr. Sarek said actually fit in within the same framework. We cooperate with the museum where the previous speaker is from. So museums are not at all a boring partner. And the same is actually said about libraries. One of the things that we are responsible for as modern libraries is to lend books, but that's not our priority, really. Our priority is to educate, to provide cultural services, to provide community space, and to provide books, lend books, and work with literature. When we combine all this, And if you realize that there are nearly 6,000 libraries, and we have a network, effective network, that is very flexible in responding to unprecedented situations. During COVID, which was a period that no one actually expected to come, we have proven as libraries that we are able to provide services that the bodies that are responsible for our operation never thought we could provide. We are able to work Saturdays, Sundays, evenings, and we can do things quickly. We can communicate very quickly. We can interlink issues and interconnect people. And this was what came very useful at the beginning of COVID. And also when the Ukrainian refugees came to us and we were there to work with them. The topic of third age and educational activities is one that is very important for and very relevant for librarians and for museum workers. And I cannot, and here I want to pick up on Mr. Starek said, I cannot distinguish by age. Who is a senior person? Is it me, 55 plus? Is it my colleague, young one? Or is it just old ladies living in care homes? I have a couple of young colleagues who cannot catch up with the pace with which some of people of my generation work. And so I really cannot break down people by age. And I also cannot divide up activities based on categories or age groups. By creating links between people, we always link activities as well. I know that we don't have too much time. I really cannot fit 15 or 16 years of my work within 15 minutes. We've been dealing with third age issues for 16 years. We play in a similar way as Mr. Starek and his colleagues. We don't get any money from organizations that would be telling us what to do and what guidelines to follow. So we organize things on our own, creatively. We do opening ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, and we actually create the time that we spend together so that it's relevant for everybody. Not only for the target group, but also for the teachers who work with them. Often it's young teachers who work with older people because it's really refreshing. It's true. I'm originally secondary school teacher by training, and when I teach young people, I feel refreshed, and older people feel refreshed by being taught or educated by a younger person. And we should bear in mind the borderline to say, if you are a third age person, it really doesn't mean that it's a stupid person who doesn't know how to handle a mobile phone and is waiting for me to say something that tell him what to do. these are people who've been working in various professions and can have even higher qualifications than the teachers who now offer them some educational programs. So it's up to us to actually maintain the high quality of these relationships. And then COVID came, and the people who worked for us in 26 fields were out of work, to say. I see my town as a small town, and there are 400 students out of 20,000 people altogether living in our town. And we just felt like we needed to act immediately and offer activities to keep contact with people. The speaker before me, Monika, spoke about social contact, about the links, connection to individuals, to groups. And I often think whether we are an institution that provides cultural or social services, but it really doesn't matter what you call it. It's about the content. As a library, and one of a few, we are provider of social services as well, because we also have a therapeutic workshop and workplace. And I think that really is an integral part of our facility. The approach there is really helpful. So the clients who come to the library are very helpful and
the third age is also social service. I said we had 400 students, and now after COVID a smaller number came, but anyway. It is not important whether we exercise memory or whether we study English, French or German. We do all that, but the most important for them is to come and join their group, the environment that is safe, well known to them, that somehow fills their leisure time, because many of those who come to us are alone, widows, widowers, or people who were left alone for some other reason, so they do not have any families, and the place of library is their new space. It is their family space. It is the space where they have a reason to come in order not only to attend the third age university or borrow a book, but they want to be with other people they know. I'm happy that I taught my students that they do not call each other Mr. Novak, Mrs. Novakova, but they call each other fellow students. And when they meet each other in the street, they are fellow students to each other, just like those who are at secondary school. So then they go together to a pub for a beer and so on. So when there are classes, we really have to have a break, because breaks are extremely important and they can talk informally. And I think this is our tasked to do that. We don't do anything extra. I think this falls within the main tasks of the library. We also have a theater ensemble as part of the program Third Age Lonely. Maybe you know our work, and it really enriched me because it is them who show us that the old age is not a tragedy, and that we do not have to be afraid to age. So we need to finish within 1 minute, I'm afraid. So the third age, the university is the best thing I've ever done in my professional career, and I'm really proud of that. And in addition to the program as such, we quite a lot work with volunteers. We heard about volunteers here already. Volunteering is one of the activities that should be part of the library activities. We established a club of women and girls, and the members are actually people of various professions, and they already run this club on their own, and they teach handcrafts, for example, to knit or to do crochet and other works. And what they produce is then sold, and the money raised is given to us so that we could publish the books by local authors. So this is really interwoven activity. Now, regarding individual activities, what I should have said, but I didn't, is that it was quite a fast process to transform our third age university online. They were really very afraid to do that and to participate online. So we first organized various seminars and increased the awareness of Zoom platforms and other platforms. And when we taught, there were always two of us. So one trainer was teaching and the other one performed technical support on the phone. And within 2 months, we were able to get them acquainted with the ICT technology. So we were able to teach about 35 to 38% of all the lectures online, and their self-confidence increased, and we also increased the prestige of our library. Thank you very much that you count with libraries in the whole process, because modern libraries have a lot to offer, both for cooperation and also for you as users. Thank you very much, and goodbye. Thank you, Mrs. Kučerová. Good luck with your projects. Great things. We keep our fingers crossed for you. And the last presentation will be coming from Mrs. Alžběta Kvapilova and Mrs. Dominika Bartošová. And we will go to Olomouc Theater called Nacucky, where they have the studio called Sen, and the drama. Není slyšet. We can't hear you. Please use the mic.
Tak dobrý den, mé jméno je Alžběta.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominika Kvapilova. Together with my colleague, we will present you the project for senior that take place in Olomouc Theater. Our main topic is the Studio Sen, but before explaining what it is about, I'd like to present you a drama course called Senior, which started in 2016 in our theater. And this course is open to all older adults who want to develop themselves, not only creatively, but also personally, through drama arts. It is a year-round course which is delivered by a theater trainer. And now a few words about Studio Sen. It is actually our community, we can call it our community, which was based on the drama course Senior, and the graduates of drama course are part of that, those who want to enhance their knowledge from the course, but don't want only to attend the lessons, but they want to be part of the production or staged performances. So we have the whole professional creative team who works on these performances. After the first night, there are regular retakes of these productions. Both drama course Senior and Studio Sen is actually organized by the cultural institution that is based in Olomouc. So you can find there Theater Nacucky, also gallery and various educational courses and workshops that we organized ourselves. So we have both the drama course and the education. We started the drama course Senior in 2016 with the help of the Foundation O2 as part of the Smart Up program. We were allocated the funds by the Ministry of Culture as part of the program presented by Mrs. Matějková before. And we also use the funds from Net4Gas. We would like to focus on what has been done this year, the performance we created. But before doing that, for you to understand how we prepared the performances for this year, we need to go into history. The first creative work was released after 1.5 years of work in our senior club, and we approached non-professional drama director who had long-term experience with an amateur theater ensemble. The performance was based on the book Little Prince, and we had rehearsals, and their experience with this creative process reflected their idea of theater, how theater or performances should be created. There were regular retakes. We also had a tour, and now another performance we did. It was quite different from the first one. It was a very dynamic process. We had 10 rehearsals, then 1 dress rehearsal. It was an author work which was based on the actors themselves and not on the book. So Martina Sluková and Veronika Knitlová used notes and memories of the seniors. And therefore, the whole process was created very organically, and the uncertainty that was present there among the seniors was finally transformed into a very successful performance that they were really very happy with. Another creative process was the krava v teleti, the cow in the calf. We involved Dora Bouskova, the director, and also Jana Jurkatova, the then drama lecturer, and they together used Sylvia Platova book, and they also engaged the personal experience of the seniors. They themselves reflected on the matters such as femininity, household works, professional career, and so on. And we actually staged a stage poem that was accompanied by puppets. The seniors created themselves, and we showed this performance at the festival Loutkařská Chrudim. And after the completion of the process, I have to say that both the seniors and the management talked about the future. At this moment, the theater called Natsusky sponsors the whole project, so it is organized under the auspices of the theater. So another production was prepared by the production person and by a technician. And another piece was Have You Been to the Mars? It was again the art writing when Veronika Kniklova came up with the topic of death and dream, and we could see some resistance from the seniors. They didn't like the topic. They didn't want to deal with the topic that was based only on the fact that they are old. So it was important for us to find a position of the studio scene and also the place for the whole organization. And since the very beginning, we have focused on the needs and wishes of the studio scene members. But it was not possible that the seniors dictate the conditions that are not in compliance with the theater.
After the production, Have You Been to the Mars? We finished the operations of the Sun Studio, and COVID came. We asked Eva Lietavá, the director for cooperation, who after the second lockdown would meet all the people on Zoom to get to know them, so that they get to know each other, and just were preparing for the time where they could meet. And in this period, it became clear to us how important it is for all the people to create, to meet, to connect. And there is a sound collage created based on the Zoom meetings that we put together and showed. And this brings us to where we wanted to be in the beginning. This year we had an opening night of the Genetica production that we consider to to be a performance where we, for the first time, actually managed to fulfill our plans and to meet our objectives. Well, it was really important to identify what the Sen Studio wants in the future, how to direct our activities, and therefore there was common joint evaluation together with all the members, and we have defined the priorities. And when we asked the senior people, how do you want to create, what do you want our work to look like, they said that they didn't want to analyze their lives any longer, and instead they want to work with a script written by a director or playwright, and they also expressed their desire to do like a big theater such as Shakespeare, Anna Karenina and the likes. And they also expressed that they didn't want us to approach them as senior people, that they were expecting professional approach, similar to that given to professional authors, that they needed a director who would have certain authority, who would approach them as normal people, not a specific target group. And so this was the definition of the framework. So the theater really wanted to create a performance that would be part of the offer, that the group of senior people would actually be an equal part of all the activities that the theater is providing. And it was important for us then to meet all the needs of the Studio Sen based on the evaluation. So in order to put all this together, we have to say that there were a lot of people cooperating in this Genetica production. I was one of the contributors. We had an art director, we had program director, and a lot of other professionals contributing. And we also want to mention some specific features that arose during our work in the Sen Studio. Perhaps you won't be surprised when we say that the people, our actors, don't have such great ability to improvise because of their motor skills and their age. However, the people have known each other for a long time, and the relationships are very intense, and dynamics, group dynamics is very rich, and so there's no wonder that various conflicts have occurred in the group. On the other hand, they did their best to smooth all the conflicts, and we as a group had to work with the situation in the group, with the dynamics, and also deal with the topics of conflict, because suppressing and trying to smooth the conflicts artificially was not a way forward. So we had to invite a supervisor even, and somehow deal with this profound issue. Although the members themselves weren't that willing to work on it. But the outcome was positive, and I want to mention Director Adam Steinbauer, who approached our senior people as professional actors, and it was really authoritative approach, where he would insist on timely arrivals for rehearsals and home work preparations at home, and was giving regular feedback. And as we said, last year we had the opening night of the Genetica production, where we fulfilled our goals, but there's always a question whether we will continue in this pathway, in this success. We are searching for ways constantly to address issues related to this age group. And so the last thing we want to mention is the evaluation that was done again this summer, and we asked people what the project actually meant for them, or whether they had any specific skills that they had acquired. And I would like to share with you some sentences. One person said that even a small role is significant for the whole project. They talked about improving their skills to identify with the character in the play, that they increased their trust in the creative process. They said that they appreciated the attention of the director, that they learned about the structure, that they are proud to have been able to cope with the authoritative approach of the director. And one actress said that she was really proud that the director eventually used one of her texts in the script. And last but not least, they said that they really liked the deepening of the relationships within the group and the better interconnection to other members. So the Genetica production is now part of the theater's offer, repertoire, and we're happy that it has enriched the repertoire, and we're also happy that this experience has brought interest of professional drama artists from Prague, from the Nazavradli Theatre, and we are really happy about this. So thank you for your attention. And, I would like to thank the two ladies. If you can stay here for the panel discussion that will be chaired by Mrs. Sokolova. And I'd like to invite Monika Mikulášková and Dagmar Kučerová. So, welcome to this last panel discussion. You must be hungry before lunch. So I'd like to sum up all the contributions and thank the organizers for this event, because I must say that no conference I've experienced in my life has moved me in this way. And I also found out that I can play truant even at third age. So now I'd like to sum up what I found really interesting. The first contribution, Mrs. Dende mentioned that it's a global issue, that we all have the same topics, the same challenges, and the interest in activating and staying active, mentioned by Mrs. Virginia, decreasing the uncertainty levels. I'm here on behalf of the donors, representatives of public administration, so I have a strategic and funding perspective as well. So what interested me was the issue of sustainability. The one thing is launching a project, and the second thing is sustaining the project with all the funding and all resources. Senior people don't feel as a specific group. That's something we heard here as well. And in the city I live, older people account for over 25% of the population, and really I can confirm they don't like being designated as a specific group. Volunteering is another topic that we heard about, and institutions creating a network facilitating volunteering are forming really a backbone for various senior-oriented programs. Then we had this idea, this notion of agelessness, and also bias, prejudice in relation to old age groups, and prejudice towards various institutions, and we could see that there are creative people who work weekends, work evenings, and we have a very active organization in Plzeň where the average age is about 60 to 65, and in terms of their creativity, they are better than anyone else.
Important to emphasize social context, but it's not only about social context, but also about cooperation. And I think the need for the time, space, and encounter is something that resonates with me. And now the questions. I don't know who would like to start. Maybe Mrs. Kucherova, who was active in Pilsen and is sitting on the far left. So I'd like to ask about the cultural participation. Should it be where are the deficiencies? Is it methodology, guidance material, legislation, education, financial support, infrastructure? Where are the biggest obstacles? There can be quite a lot of obstacles and at the same time none. I think that in the cities it is most important how people are able to connect with each other. It is very often up to them and their relationships. But we can't say that we only cooperate, we also compete. Because we, library, you, museum, and them, theater, we all want to fill in the leisure time of the people, and usually of one group of people that is active in the city. So we need to realize this aspect and to explain it to the community and to set certain rules and also time rules so that we can provide these services in such a way that they can manage all three institutions. So very often the cities as such, which are our establishers, realize how important our work is. So I have to thank our establisher in Loni. We also get 90% of the funds from our establisher. Now, a regional authority and cooperation with them. Very often the heads of the institutions need to lob for their activities with the regional authority so that they would be more familiar with what we are doing and to keep repeating these. And in relation to the state, it is the same. I am also a member of the Council of Libraries. So it is the same all over. If it is at local level, then less money is involved. It is at national level, then more money is involved. But otherwise, the whole system is the same. We are now trying to connect the activities of the Ministry of Culture and Education. We are working on the joint platform that would interconnect us and enhance our collaboration, because we see quite often that the schools cannot send the students of higher grades because their school legislation would not allow that. So these are all practical issues we need to work on and promote and lob for them. So, we are also quite a lot involved in the topic of the second age university, not only third age university. So we want the libraries and museums and theaters be involved in that, because the facilities are here, the premises are here, the staff is here, and we want the Ministry of Education to know more about us and entrust us with the task. So there are and are not obstacles. It depends on us and on our activity and effort. So it is also up to the project we want to implement. But if I want to implement a project, if I really want always successful, sooner or later, with or without difficulties, but I don't know about any projects that could not be implemented because we wouldn't have funds for that. So thank you very much. I have one term that I use quite often, and that is igniter. Someone who is able to ignite the others, and I think you are such an igniter. Thank you for your nice words. Mrs. Mikulášková, what are the biggest obstacles in culture participation of the seniors? It's difficult to add something after all we have heard. Maybe I could mention kind of a challenge or call. So let's forget now about the official structures, financing, and so on. I want to say that we struggle with biases and prejudices. We could see that we, as culture representatives, struggle with those biases. We apparently prefer only one part of senior population. This is quite apparent. And we prefer the formats that we expect this part of the population would welcome to see. So maybe these our preconditions should be sidelined, and we should come up with innovative formats of how to work with the audience, and not only with the application of the formats that are already existing. And this will result in a situation when we learn more and more, and when we will be able to provide services that will fulfill the great goals we set. So that was very nice. Refer to the institutions when they come up with great programs, but do not receive the response they would expect. So what about studios and the biggest obstacles to cultural participation? I fully agree with what has been said so far. We now struggle with the shyness of new participants, and we have to find a way how to approach the seniors, especially now after the pandemic. It is difficult, but when we are able to address them or approach them and they somehow resonate with what we are telling them, then we have brought them in and they still feel like continuing with us. So it is important to talk more to newcomers. So that's also about sustainability and about what Mrs. Mikulášková said, that more and more people are interested, and the question is to what extent you are still able to provide the activity with sufficient staff and money. And another question, we are now in post-COVID times, and currently a lot of seniors have financial problems, not only here but also in England, all across Europe. And how to ensure active engagement of the seniors when income is low and the costs are growing. So what to do and how to make them participate in cultural events. Private donors are the solution. We have quite a lot of children and grandchildren of our students, now talking about Third Age University, who fund the project because they are happy that their parents or grandparents have the meaning of life, or that they know how to use Skype and online technology. So it's a kind of expression of gratefulness for the fact that these events are organized. So this is one possibility, but on the other hand, I think the seniors should also at least partly fund the study, because then you feel it is not of sufficiently high quality. Because if we organize something that is free of charge, people do not appreciate it enough. So partial financing from the seniors is welcome. The establishers need to support us financially. The state is here for that as an institution, and the state knows that if they finance the mental psychological development of the seniors, then it pays back, because healthy body has a healthy soul. And we very often have new students that are referred to us by general practitioners, which I think is great. And the state, as the institution, as establishers, must provide money, but also private funds. And if these are funds coming from the family members, I think it's great. So when a businesswoman donator comes with some funds, she doesn't want to do it as a promotion, she doesn't want to be published, the name, So she's just happy that her mother found some meaning in her life and is happy to join us and come to our sessions. So, for example, a daughter of the student came with the money and wanted to donate something, and she did it on her own. We did not ask for the money. Thank you. This is a very interesting idea. Of course, this is a support from private sector. But as we all know, the sponsoring without family ties is going down and down. What about Mrs. Mikulášková and future development? I think we are getting to the stage when we will have to make a list of what we need to be paid by the visitors and what not. Because the argument that if something is free of charge, the participants do not appreciate it enough. So we occasionally have like free days when people can come and not pay for the ticket. We discussed that quite a lot. I'd like to add that it is also important to know what part of senior population is approached, whether we really try to help the population that is on the verge of the poverty line. It's quite frustrated, deprived, and of course, this is something we need to talk about, and maybe the state could help more to these senior groups.
And we could also consider what further financial barriers are associated with the services that we offer. When we speak about money, we sometimes forget about other things. We only focus on the entrance fees, and we don't think about all the barriers that people face before even coming to the museum. Maybe they won't eat meat for 2 weeks to be able to come. So we will have to take all these issues seriously. We are actually obliged to do this in museums. We provide standardized services, public services, and we should try to eliminate the barriers. And what about the Natsutsky Theatre? Well, we definitely won't survive without subsidies, be they from various sources. When we do something for free, then the people don't value it that much. So this is why we always charge at least some symbolic fee for whatever we offer them. We communicate it to them. We evaluate the benefits they're getting for this fee, and both parts of our work include movement, exercise, and all insurance companies actually contribute to this for senior people. And there's further contribution from the city for physical activities of older people. So there is willingness on all parts, on all sides. So we'll see how it's going to develop. Thank you very much, ladies, for all your suggestions and contributions and comments. So, thank you all, and now I'd like to ask Katka Klementová and Mrs. Radenhauptová, whom I can't see around. So she's left. Never mind. We were supposed to finish now, but please give us a couple of minutes to conclude this conference. I would love to sum up very briefly these 2 days, and then I have one more question for these two ladies. What are the challenges in relation to active aging? This has been the topic of the 2 days. We've heard a lot of stimuli. We also had a bit of depressive contribution from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. We could say that senior people face a lot of stereotypes. Sometimes they are considered to be the poor ones, which is definitely not right. The sentence, "What would you want at your age?" is the sentence that actually illustrates this approach. Homogenization of the word senior is also a challenge. Some people don't like that label, senior. It's not just one prototype of a senior, because there are people who want to be active. They are full of creative ideas. On the other hand, there can be people who do have health issues and need assistance. So each senior person is different. They live in various conditions, different places. All these are challenges that must be faced. It's clear that everyone has a right to culture. It's part of the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms, and senior people should not be excluded from this. And the approach of giving them what we younger people think is right for them is also not a good one. Yesterday we heard that there are aging strategies in place in the Czech Republic. There are various working groups, but culture was not included in them. So it would be good if there was intersectoral cooperation at national level, meaning social affairs, culture, health. But this cooperation has not been set up properly. Further cooperation can take place at the level of self-governing units, local politicians, and this gives me a lot of optimism that many municipalities and local communities support the idea of active aging. There are a lot of institutions, organizations, specific people, individuals who want to do something. And in the civic sector, there are a lot of inspirational organizations, very strong ones, the representatives of which were here. And there are also some smaller initiatives that are also a source of inspiration. For example, Let's Go for a Trip organization. So a question remains to be addressed, that these three sectors and levels, there should not be any hindrances, barriers to this interconnection. And there's a lot of willingness and ideas, so we should remove any obstacles that are in the way. Another challenge is to reach out to those who are totally isolated and bringing them to participation or some kind of involvement in social life. And I would like to ask you, what are the most pressing challenges for you at the moment? Well, we were partly contributing to designing or developing the conclusions of this conference, so I'm sort of exhausted. For me, it is patience, having enough patience to push this forward within state administration, because there's a lot of work that's not visible and sometimes it's not successful. So I wish for myself to have patience. And if I'm more personal, I would love to look forward to my aging. And I'm really looking forward to having the time to learning to play the violin, the cello, the violoncello. And when I saw your reflections, there was a question, will we be able to look after them? And I would rephrase this and say, will I be able to look after myself when I grow old? Because we are doing it all for ourselves, aren't we? I would love to live in a society that would be supporting me in having a decent life until my last days. So, concerning the various initiatives, once they are established, the question for me whether there should be more horizontal expansion or more vertical expansion. I think that every organization asks itself this question to see what makes sense for them. However, this can bump against some human resources limitations or material limitations and resources. What about you, Mrs. Sokolova? What are the challenges for you? Well, it was very nicely put. I am also growing old and I'm a very active person, so I was pleased to hear that I can remain active. I think the challenge is actually setting up some kind of methodology at the level of the state, because at one European conference I could hear a lot of great examples from abroad where they interconnect all levels and all sectors, including the Ministry of Health. I was really inspired by a Finnish example where they are not only improving the digital literacy of older people, but also making sure that they are not cut off from cultural events. For example, the city, as part of that project, the city bought about 200 tablets. An assistant came to teach the senior people to work with them, and every day that 1 or 2 hour long 1 or 3 to 3 hour long program, agenda, a cultural event streamed from a local institution, cultural institution. So it was a great example. or how this can work at the level of interdisciplinary approach. And we have to realize one thing. We focus our work on senior people in Plzeň, but we should realize that they are not only representatives of various values, they also represent the tradition of a particular place, and it's the collective memory in their lives. And we have a lot of activities in Plzeň, including a theatre platform consisting of 12 amateur ensembles, including senior people acting in them, and it's really great. And I also mentioned the Union of Artists, where senior artists design various programs. Younger people are less active. And so I think it's really ageless. We need to help senior people when they have some ideas to come. We have a system of little or micro grants up to 30,000 crowns, and we help the senior people to fill out all the paperwork. There can be people like writing poetry, and someone drawing, and so it's about realizing the importance of the topic. And as I said, there are about a quarter of the population that are above a certain age. So it is a matter of methodology, as I said at the beginning. Well, I hope that this has filled us with optimism and that we are beginning to look forward to our old age. So this brings me to conclusion of this conference. It was very inspirational, seeing and hearing people who put a lot of energy into various projects, be it in libraries, museums, theaters, and so on. So I keep fingers crossed for you to be able to address all these issues, including administration. Well, if you haven't had a chance to see the National Plan for Recovery paid from the European Union resources, there is a lot of money lying around. So it's for you to know that there is about 100 million worth of projects just waiting to be picked up. And all organizations partly funded from the state budget can take part in the calls for proposals. And I dare to say that unless you really mess up all the administrative work on the application, you should be able to get the resources. It's open to you. So thank you for this financial tip. It's really handy. So this conference has been organized by the National Information Center for Support of Culture. As I have mentioned several times, the presentations are available on the website. There will be also the proceedings. Don't forget to pick up your certificate and give back the headset. And that's all on my part. And wish you a nice day and enjoy your lunch.